All right, good evening. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. It's 6:10. I do apologize for our delay. It is the 4th of August, and we are going to go ahead and call the meeting to order for our work session. Dr. Thomas, if you would conduct our roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gallagher?
Here.
Mrs. Davis?
Here.
Dr. Yeager?
Here.
Dr. Dykeman?
Here.
Dr. Anderson? Dr. Gant? Ms. Hull?
Here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Dr. Maddox?
Here.
Okay, perfect. So we do have a quorum. We are going to move forward with item 2, and this is to amend or adopt the agenda. The floor is open.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an action item for number 6 to approve the resolution for fiscal year 2019 Georgia DOE capital outlay application.
Okay, Ms. Davis, can you say that one more time, a little bit louder
Yes.
and clearer, just so I can be sure we have
I
all
would
of
like
it?
to amend the agenda to actually add an action item to approve number 6 under the agenda discussion, to approve that tonight. That is the approve the resolution for fiscal year 2019 Georgia DOE capital outlay application.
I think you mean 11.6.
I didn't understand you.
All right, so Ms. Davis, what I hear you saying is that under the consent agenda, which is item 11, number 6 under that item is the resolution for the capital outlay. You're
Yes.
saying that you want to amend the agenda for that to be an action item versus a discussion item.
Thank you so much. Discussion and action.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Follow-up conversation or questions about that? All right, so all in favor of approving the agenda with that, with the number 6 being an action, discussion and action item, if you would raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So that motion carries, and our agenda is approved with that change. We'll move forward with our informational items, and just as a reminder, Ms. Palmer, any of these like informational items and community reports, she adds it to the agenda if we have a report. And so if we don't have a report or any notes, we don't place it here on the agenda. So just as a reminder. But under these informational items, the first one is the Early Head Start Policy Council meeting minutes and reports. Is there any further discussion or questions?
I have just one quick question. Does this include both learning centers now in this report, or do you have a separate governing board for the East Side location? Sorry to make you walk.
Testing. It will be a single policy council that has representatives from each of the program models within the Early Head Start, and from both centers.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
While you're still there, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you open fully the east side this
We
week?
have. Yes, ma'am. Exactly. We're so excited. And in fact, we met with our staff on the east today to just say what an amazing job they did. You know, it's difficult to open a new building, and there are always bumps in the road and things that still need to get finished. But they have opened, and we have smiling young faces learning within the walls of Old Gaines / ELC East. So we're very excited to have both H.T. Edwards ELC and the ELC East open and fully populated.
So are we at capacity?
We, in fact, have filled our seats, but as always, we maintain a waiting list, and as we have students who have maybe registered and moved out of town or changed and are unable to attend, we have some motion throughout, and we're continuing to register. We still have seats for pre-K, and so we're continuing to register.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, such a great population that we've had to assign a police officer there in the mornings to help with traffic. So
Yes.
Thank you.
great turnout.
All right, thank you so much for those updates. We will move forward to item 2, our SPLOS monthly report. Any additional questions or conversation?
Thank you for heading them off, Mr. Gilbert.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving forward to our board and community reports. First, we have Envision Athens, and then our Georgia School Boards Association. Any follow-up there?
I didn't see an Envision Athens report uploaded. Was there something on that item, or just? Okay, just checking, make sure, 'cause sometimes I miss them if I don't log in correctly. So.
All right. We will move forward. The board president's report. I do have just a couple of items that I want to mention. We will, Dr. Anderson and I are still, we're going back and revisiting our retreat agenda. There'll be a few changes, and so just asking that you all bear with us. It's still on the same day, still the same time, but there are some things that will likely be moved around, and we'll have those updates as they are in place. Also, just an update, I literally just got this one, that our new board member, Heidi, will be sworn in next week. And so they will, after that swearing in, we'll come to the meeting. And so we'll, between now and then, we'll meet just to try to give give a heads up and an overview, but certainly feel free to reach out if you have any tips and things like that as well, because that will be the first board meeting, and it'll be one where we're actually taking action, so it won't be a lot of time to sort of catch up and get any perspective. And there was one more thing. Let's see here. I have several lists in multiple different places. I always tell Dr. Thomas this, and so I have so many of them that I'm like, okay, it was one other thing I wanted to mention, and just for the sake of time, I may need to send it in an email. Nope, here it is. So there were a couple of things I wanted to put on your radar. One was something Dr. Thomas and I spoke about. Now that we are in a different place with COVID, different, but not necessarily just different. And we know that people might still need leave. They might still get sick. Some of the other issues that exist outside of people's illnesses, social barriers and things like that, they are still a factor. And so one of the things that I did ask during our one-on-one, I asked Dr. Thomas like what her thoughts were, and just gathering some information around COVID leave. We've had it before. And how might we be able to, support staff in that way? I know, and Dr. Thomas, you can sort of share what you share with me. We would probably be the only people in our RESA district, but that's okay. I think, there may be this area of low-hanging fruit under culture and climate. And so anyway, I wanted to put that on your radar as a conversation I had. I tried not to represent it as the board's perspective, but it was just something, during our one-on-one, but I did want to share that with you all. Did I miss something with that?
I don't think so. And we did talk about that none of the RESA districts had returned, but Dr. Gant shared that there could be some benefits to that for us. I've had Dr. Blankenship has been looking into that, and it seems that the CDC is considering some revised guidance around response to COVID and the number of days required for isolation. So we're hoping to have that in the next couple of days, and that could also help to guide, because as you all know, that's changed constantly, from 14 days to 10 days to 5 days so hopefully we'll have some new guidance from them in the near future, and that can also help us to frame what we want this to look like.
And the only other thing under the president's report, this is something else just to put on your radar. Dr. Anderson and I did not get a chance to talk about this during our scheduled meeting because she's traveling and so, but I did want to speak with her about, I know there's been a lot of information about school climate, safe schools, safety under that whole umbrella. And about maybe 6 months ago, I forwarded you all information about safe schools and a local, actually not just a local organization, I think it's national, but they have a local chapter on safety where they do education and programming around the firearms for children, like if firearms are in the home. And so I did want to put that on your radar, just to be thinking about, to see if you could go back and revisit that. When I spoke with Dr. Thomas, she did mention that they are already doing some things in the school, so there are some operational actions taking place. But I wanted to put it on you all's radar to see if you would consider it as possibly resolution material. I typically have very strong feelings about resolutions, but just given the climate and culture, and because there are some operational things being done with our school counseling department with this organization, but just really as a way to emphasize our support, for safe schools and for some of the programming that they do. So if you could go back and take a look at that information. Again, I think it may have been 6 months or so ago that they reached out. I sure will. I'll look for it and resend it. All right, and that's it. Are there any questions for me about any of those items?
Okay, you said that the agenda may be changing for the retreat, not the date.
No, not the date. No, you're right. Thank you for that. Not the date. Just some of the items, and we'll follow up once we iron out a couple of things. Like we have the standing items. I think there was we were going to do a working lunch tentatively, what Dr. Anderson had shared with the board around norms. I think there was also going to be like a discussion and update on committees, how we feel, how the board feel like it's working. Are there any tweaks? There were a couple of things that still will be there. The main thing is around the trainings that we're having to move around. We still will likely have the DEI, like the basic introductory DEI, diversity, equity conversation. There's a little bit discussion around priorities and stuff like that, as well as trainings, if we might be able to move another training in that place. Yeah.
Have we invited the new board members, the board member-elect, to our retreat?
What was that?
Have we invited well, Heidi obviously will be hopefully coming, but the other two board members-elect to the retreat?
Yes, I sent out an email maybe a month or two ago. I do know that Mr. Evans will be attending, and I'm assuming Heidi, but I have not asked that specifically. I've just assumed, but yep. But we did also, we confirmed that date before she, yeah. But so I know for sure that Mark will be here, Mr. Evans.
And it's 9 to 5 on the 27th. Is that right?
I think it's 9 to 4. Is it 9 to 4?
9 to 4. Okay, thank you.
Which might mean 9 to 5, but 9 to 4. Yeah. Any other questions? All right, we'll move forward to the superintendent's report. Dr. Thomas?
Yes, and I will be short this evening, but I just want to report that we've had an excellent start to school. We have all of our cabinet were out in buildings supporting schools yesterday and today. I think I went to 9 schools yesterday and 9 or 10 today, so I've been in tennis shoes all week, and it's been wonderful, though the students were immediately engaged, just really, really appreciative of our teachers, our building leaders, other support staff. I mean, students were writing yesterday, today they were doing informational writing. The kids were kind of funny, you know, they're like, I don't remember, I think I learned this in 4th grade, but I don't know what a narrative is. I'm like, well, it's gonna come back, it's gonna come back. But they were like actually doing wonderful work in the classrooms and great routines and procedures, and so really excited about what we've seen. We've had 91% of those enrolled. Present, we have 12,323 students enrolled, and yesterday we had 11,215 present. So a 91.01% rate, and we usually we always have 10 days of maintaining those rosters and seeing how many students actually show up, and then after 10 days, if they have not shown up at all, then they'll be dropped, and then we'll be able to give you a more accurate count. But we did have 11,215 present on yesterday, and so I'm really appreciative of district staff for being out. School leaders have been appreciative just of having that extra support, whether it was opening school, dismissing school, and just throughout the day. One of the things that someone did ask me about is that we will continue the process of allowing our transportation workers that want to work in schools as monitors or reading assistants and other capacities. We will continue that opportunity for this school year. Principals were very adamant that that was something they benefited from, and of course it's a good benefit for our transportation workers, so we're excited to be able to continue that for this school year. They will be beginning in about a week or 2 working in those capacities if they're interested. So, great start. So that is it for me.
Any follow-up questions or comments?
No, I would like to say that I did go over to H.C. Edwards yesterday with Lady B. You know, because of COVID, I know we can't do the community thing that we started a few years ago. We would like to reinstate that eventually, just having having community members as well as board members who are available to be at every single school just to cheer our students on. And I'd just like to see all of us as a community rally our children on the first day. And so I couldn't resist. I was like, Dr. Thomas is going to get me. But so I stood on the side. I was good and did my little thing, and then I walked off. But it was very exciting. I mean, they showed out over I said H.T. Evers, I'm sorry, H.B. Stroud. But they showed out with their step and repeat, with their nice T-shirts. They have the best T-shirts. I don't know who makes them, but they have nice shirts all the time. And so I was just as excited. It's one of my favorite days of the year. I think everybody knows that. So hopefully in the future, I will be on the other side, but I would definitely love to continue to work with you all to get the community back at the schools on the first day with our pom-poms.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox. I'm glad you went over. I went over later in the day, and they did have a wonderful step and repeat sign. most of the schools had really, really cute ideas for things that they did, and then they did Stroud had a huge popcorn thing at the end of the day, that's thank you for keeping it popping for our kids, and so it was really cute, but they did, but we do appreciate the community members going out and being there, and it's always, so I'm hoping we can return back to that next year, because it is a great way for board members and community members to get involved and just to have that excitement for kids when they come back to school, so.
And not to prolong it, another thing is good for some people in industry. Like I know we were at Winterville, and I had people, one of the HR director from McLean. So like also having those industry leaders who sometimes may not be, aware of what's going on in our schools because they're so busy doing what they do. So it's just a good way and an easy way to connect. So thank you.
All right, thank you for those updates. We'll move forward to presentations and discussions. We have the auditor presentation, safety and security update, and then Dr. Welch's presentation. And so I'm going to turn the floor over to you, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you. So we do have those three. Our auditors are here. As you know, Mr. Schooneman and his team always do an amazing job of having an excellent audit. So they're here to share those results. And after them, we have Mr. Patrick Dyer and Chief Reed and Dr. Askew, who will do a 30-minute or less presentation on safety and security. And then Dr. Welch will do a 30-minute or less presentation on our discipline updates. But right now, we have our audit presentation. So thank you all.
Yes, thank you so much for having us out here to present the results of the audit. My name is Caleb Deans. I had the opportunity to serve as the team leader for the audit again this year. And this is Janet Lester. She served as the engagement partner. Again, just thank you so much for having us out to get to present this and talk to you guys and get in front of you. And thank you so much to Byron and the staff, everybody that we worked with did just an excellent job providing everything we needed. It was very responsive. It was great to work with everybody. But I wanted to start with just going over the results of the audit and just an overview of what the responsibilities were. So I'll start off with going over what management's responsibilities were for the audit report that we presented and provided. So management's responsibility is to provide the basic set of financial statements, including all of the required supplementary information, and notes to the financial statements. It's also management's responsibility to maintain internal controls over financial reporting to make sure that all of the amounts that are reported are accurate. Management's responsibility also includes adherence to federal compliance requirements for all major federal programs and maintaining internal controls over those federal programs to ensure that all federal requirements are met. So for us with the Department of Audits, our responsibility in the report is to express an opinion on the financial statements and whether they fairly present the operations of the school district. And we're also responsible for expressing an opinion as to whether the school district complied with all material federal compliance requirements. We do not issue an opinion on internal controls over financial reporting or federal programs, but we will note any deficiencies that come to our attention as we perform our audit work. So I mentioned the testing over federal programs. So for our fiscal year 21 audit, our major federal program that we tested was the Education Stabilization Fund. And Dr. McGuire did a great job before she retired, meeting with us and getting us everything we needed and providing the appropriate documentation. And so some of the procedures that we'll do during our financial audit include, we look over the bank reconciliations that are prepared by the finance department. We perform interviews with individuals within finance and across federal programs, HR, payroll, just to get an understanding of what controls there are in the school district and gaining an understanding of the entity. We confirm all revenues with the Department of Revenue, Department of Education, Tax Commissioner, all over. We performed samples of expenditures to as part of the compliance testing, as well as with financial reporting to make sure that all the expenditures are accurate. And then we review the capital asset listings as well to ensure that all is in line. So now to get to the part that everybody wants to hear about is the results of the audit. In the audit report, we include 3 different letters. In the beginning of the audit report, we have what's called our opinion letter. And for fiscal year 21, we had an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion. So that's the best opinion we can give, that we didn't have to make any modifications. And then there's also, towards the end of the report, we have 2 other letters. And the first one is called our Yellow Book letter, and that one relates to if there's any internal control issues over financial reporting that we noted. And that letter is also a clean opinion on that letter as well. So we did not note any issues there. And then our last letter that we have is our uniform guidance letter, and that relates to testing over federal programs, including, in this case, the Education Stabilization Funds grant. And that is also a clean letter. So good news all around on the letters. And then in relation to those, again, the thing that everybody wants to know is if there's any findings in the report. And I'm happy to report that there is no findings included in the report as well, which speaks to everybody doing a great job. Yes. So great job to Byron and everyone in their finance staff and the federal programs work that's done. And we really appreciate the work that everybody did to provide us everything we need. Byron was willing to provide us documentation even ahead of field work just to help get the ball rolling and making sure that we had everything we needed and were able to get the audit done well. So we really appreciate everyone's assistance. Now I'm going to turn it over to Janet to discuss the award.
So I have the pleasure of presenting the award to Byron. It's called the Award of Distinction for Excellent Financial Reporting. So there's several criteria which the board has to meet in order to get their award. First of all is the timeliness issue. So the financial statements are required to be submitted to Department of Education to our office by December 31st. In order to get the award, you have to have them submitted by November 15th, which is roughly a month and a half ahead of time, which Byron was able to do. And when I say the financial statements, that's the management's discussion and analysis, that's exhibits, the notes of
I'm sorry to
financial
interrupt. I'm sorry. Can you speak up a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
It's sort of hard back here with the volume.
Okay. So the financial statements are the management's discussion and analysis, the exhibits, the notes of the financial statements, and then our schedules. So all of those were submitted a month and a half of when they normally would have to be submitted to our department. And not only that, but there was very few adjustments, if any, that had to be made. Anything that was made was like reclassification entry for reporting purposes. We also look at the overall quality of the financial statements. And here again, as Caleb mentioned, there were no audit findings. And that's another criteria. You can't have any audit findings. There were no accounting issues or anything that we had to worry about. Another issue is your key staff, which would be your finance office, and Byron and everyone who worked with him did an outstanding job. You also have to have an unmodified opinion on your overall financial statements, which y'all had. And I know this sounds like just another award, but just so you know, Clark County was one of only 39 school districts in the state of Georgia to get this award. So that's roughly 25% of all school districts receive this award. So I think Byron really deserves a round of applause for everything that he did. Good job. And having worked with Byron at the Department of Audits, he's very modest, so he's not going to really accept the praise that he deserves. But Byron, if you'll step up here, I'd like to give you this award.
Thank you, Janet.
Good job, well done.
Appreciate it.
And thank y'all again for Byron's staff. They did an excellent job getting us everything ahead of time. They were so cooperative. It makes our job so much easier. So thank y'all again.
Thank you. Miss. Thank you very much. And if there are, Dr. Thomas is being sure that that information can be uploaded, because I think sometimes I just sort of take for granted when we're in the meetings like that, the documents are shared and everywhere. But if you have any questions about it, one of the things that we've asked, and I know Mr. Schoeneman and our presenters have said that they are more than open to coming back and sharing information with us about the process, about what they look at, about the tons of information that's uploaded, about very specific questions. I think they end up interviewing a lot of different people, so I won't do it any justice, but I know that that's one of the things that I sat in on, and they have some pretty specific questions about, like, our comfort, right? My comfort is about our processes and things like that. And so if you have any questions, or if you feel that at some point it could be helpful for them to come back, even when they're not here presenting an award, because it is something that has to happen every year. So just let us know, and we can work that into one of our presentations. Okay, all right. Sounds like, is this something that majority would like more information on? Yep. Okay. All right. Yes, all right. Okay, so we'll move forward. Yes, the floor is still yours.
And Ms. Palmer, if we could just make note that they would like that, not just the document, but would like more of a physical presentation on that process in addition to the document. Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to turn it over. Dr. Askew is there, and Mr. Patrick Dyer, and Chief Reed. I see him back there. And Mr. Bailey is here for moral support.
Absolutely. All right, good evening, members of the board. District Services has been working diligently throughout the spring and summer to update our emergency operations plan and procedures, and that was done in collaboration with local law enforcement as well as local emergency management agencies. It's also been approved by GEMA, so we have a good plan in place. And so the purpose of our presentation tonight is to really share some highlights and key elements from that plan with you. As Dr. Thomas noted, Mr. Dyer and Chief Reed are here to kind of give you a delve into the plan, specifically the significant training that's taken place throughout the summer for our staff to make sure that they were safety ready for the start of the school year. So there's a lot of things that we've added in that regard, as well as some key changes to the plan, which they'll touch on and highlight. The presentation also includes some requests for your consideration that we feel will help us be more effective and efficient as we move forward in our safety work here in Clark County. So with that piece being said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Dyer.
So good evening, and thank you for having Chief and I here to present to you tonight on safety and security. So we only have 30 minutes. We have a lot to go over, so we're going to dive right into it. The first item, as Dr. Askew mentioned, is our emergency operations plan. We spent a lot of time throughout the entire month of May diving into that plan, reviewing it word for word, updating that plan. And so some of those updates include a very extensive procedure on locking our doors, being sure that staff are trained on locking their doors and how to do that, just in case there are any questions. We've also developed a substitute teacher procedure to ensure that our substitutes, before they start the day in their new classroom, that they're trained on our emergency protocols and how to go over there and lock that door. And then if there's a lockdown, where to shelter in the event of a lockdown. So that's something that we're taking care of on day one for each new substitute. We have also instructed schools to develop a red emergency folder for every single classroom. That folder will include a condensed version of our emergency procedures so that any individual who is serving time in our classrooms, they have that condensed 3-page version that they can refer to, and that if they're a new substitute, they'll be trained on that information before they start the day. That folder also will contain a up-to-date student roster as well. The plan also includes step-by-step lockdown drill and bomb threat drill procedures. So as a district, we do have a plan in place to conduct those drills this year. As far as accessibility to the plan, every single employee of Clark County School District has access to the emergency operations plan through our internal website. They also have access to the plan through our vector training system. A customized course has been set up for every single employee, so they're required to check off that they have read and understand that plan. So a lot of cool updates around our emergency operations. Also, I'm proud to say that every school in Clark County has an individual school emergency preparedness plan that's specific to their school. And it contains roles and responsibilities for various emergencies. It also contains an assignment of a school safety officer at every school. So, and I'll get into their training in just a second. So essentially, the school safety officer is tasked with training the staff at each school, and they have themselves received training from me. That specific school emergency preparedness plan also contains assignments for a school safety team at every single school. So those school safety team members act as the first responders at the school. So if there's a medical emergency, or if there's some reason why a teacher may need backup, then we have a means of notifying those school safety team members, and then they would respond accordingly. Those specific school emergency preparedness plans also have evacuation site maps this year, so that in the event of a fire or a credible bomb threat, they actually have a map that shows them where to go, and they have all been trained on that. The school emergency preparedness plans also have a procedure for establishing a school emergency kit as well as a classroom emergency kit. We've also updated our district reunification plan. A school version of that plan has been shared with every school so that staff can be trained on their responsibilities. We also have new this year for every school a scheduling tool for all of their safety drills, so that as a district, we're tracking those safety drills that we're conducting. The other reason for the scheduling piece and why that was added this year, something new that we're doing is involving our first responders in our drills. So for certain fire drills, various times throughout the year, Athens-Clarke County has volunteered to come out and view those drills and actually participate with us and walk the schools and just make sure that we're doing those drills correctly. Also this year, as I mentioned before, we're doing lockdown drills. So we will have a law enforcement presence during that drill so that our first responders are familiar with our buildings, and they'll actually walk the schools with us during those drills. And an update on EMS. EMS is currently scheduled for all high school football games as well. So as I mentioned before, every single school has a school safety officer. Each school safety officer spent about 4 hours with me last week. We went through our emergency operations in depth. And so at the end of that training, they took a test, and happy to say they all passed with flying colors. And these individuals are assistant principals at every school. So they've been tasked with now going back and training their staff on all of our emergency procedures. They've also been given a task list and deadlines for meeting certain training deadlines throughout the year. Some other trainings that have been completed so far over the summer before school started. All new principals and assistant principals have received a safety training, as well as all district front desk staff. We've also had a training for our Strategic Crisis Alert admins at each school to be sure that they know how to operate the system, how to program badges, how to roll out those badges to their staff. We've also had a safety training for our nutrition managers, plant services staff, as well as our SROs. So with that said, we've completed our train the trainer safety trainings. So now our principals and school safety officers are going back and training their school staff on all of the items that we just covered. But that's door lock procedures, lockdown procedures, the crisis alert system, how to use their badges, safety drills, roles and responsibilities. If they have a specific role in an emergency, they will know what to do. Each school has also been directed to complete, as a staff, an active shooter course, which is offered for free through our Vector platform. So just to give you a quick update on my department, I'm a department of one. It's just me in the safety department, which has been great. But with some additional help, I think we could do a lot more. And so I just want to give you a little bit of an update over what the last year has been like. The crisis alert system that we have is very time consuming. For me, it is a high workload. And so that has been priority, and that system has been managed. And so we are actively using that in our schools. So with that said, some of the other items that it falls under my department, I'll just run through those things real quick. Last year I was able to assist with 61 drills. So this year, our drill schedule, as a district, we're supposed to complete 360 drills. So as far as accident investigations, workers' comp claim investigations, I was able to investigate about 30 of those. Combined, we had over 400. And then as far as facility safety inspections, about 15 were completed last year. And just so you know what that means, that's an in-depth facility inspection where every single classroom is inspected, every single desk you look under, every cabinet is opened. And so those are very time-consuming inspections. So the goal looking ahead in order to make our schools safer is to, at the very least, get some help through an assistant who could focus full-time on those inspections and those investigations. So looking ahead, with some additional help, that would free me up to then do more of those trainings that I just mentioned, actually be out in the schools face-to-face, working with principals, working with the school safety officers, meeting with the school safety teams, the school governance teams, going to staff meetings, doing tabletop trainings. And then my goal this year with the expanded drill schedule is to be sure that I attend every single lockdown drill. So I'm actually scheduling those drills in coordination with the schools and with first responders. And so my plan is to be on site for every one of those, unless we have two that happen to take place at exactly the same time. And then as many as the other drills as I can possibly be at. I'll also plan on this year conducting staff surveys to try to gauge the effectiveness of what we're doing in the schools as far as safety preparedness. Another idea that we're looking at is establishing student safety committees so that we're actually hearing from our students in the schools. Who better to tell us what's going on in our buildings but the students? And so, so the way I would envision that is that those student safety committees would work with our school safety officers and our school safety teams. Also, our crisis alert system that I mentioned previously, our contract will expire in June of next year. So we'll have a decision to make pretty soon, really, planning ahead for that. But whatever decision we go with, whether we stay with the current company or a different company, is going to require oversight for that install. So even if we go with the same company we're with, we're updating our hardware to make sure that system's functioning properly. Another thing that I'm working on right now is updating all of the AEDs in the school district. So that quote is almost finalized, and I'm working with Nurse Amy on making sure that all of our AEDs are updated and all of her nurses are trained on those AEDs. Another thing we're doing is CPR training for all of those school safety team members at every single school. So that CPR training would include, of course, CPR, AED training, and first aid training. So obviously that's going to take some coordination to try to get all of those folks trained up. And then I just need to be out there more with our first responders as well, training with them, cross-training with them, staying up to date on current procedures. In progress right now is a district-level reunification training. So essentially what that means is, as a district, if we had to reunify a school, who would respond? What would our district leadership do? What's their role? And so all of that is being worked out currently, and those assignments are happening right now. And then, ma'am.
Could you define reunification? Are you talking about getting kids back together with their parents? What are you talking about? Sorry.
That's
Jargon.
a great question.
Jargon alert.
Sure. So Clark County School District has a plan in the event that a campus is no longer a viable option to keep the school population on campus. We have multiple sites in the community where we could use as an off-campus site to evacuate to, and then reunify the students with their families. So yeah, that's what that means. So obviously,
Safe routes to school?
ma'am.
Is that a part of safe routes to school?
No, ma'am, it's
That's
not.
something different?
It is.
Thank you.
So hopefully, we never ever have to do that. But that's our last ditch option if we ever have to. There is a plan in place. And so obviously, that will require a district level response. So we currently have larger roles assigned, but we're going to drill down to each individual and let them know, if we ever have to do this, this is what's expected of you. Okay? So I'll also be managing our first response supplies, so that in the event we have to carry supplies to a school for an evacuation, whatever the case may be, we want to make sure our supplies are up to date. And then there are other special projects that we're looking at. One of those is school mapping in conjunction with Athens-Clarke County Police and a company called Collaborative Response Graphics. So they specialize in school mapping. Thank you. And so on the screen is an example of what they offer. This is not the best picture here, but it does show a micro version and a macro version, which is essentially a drilled down map of a single floor of a school laid out on a grid. And what they would do is come into every single school, walk the school floor by floor, room by room, and make sure that those areas are identified on this map, so that in the event that law enforcement had to respond to an active shooter scenario, they would use the grid pattern to guide responding officers in the building. And these maps are actually integrated with E911 as well as the Athens-Clarke County Police Command Center, so that in real time they can actually guide officers through a building. So there are some other things that they actually map that could potentially aid in a first response scenario. Things like AEDs, egress, routes throughout the building, egress routes, as well as routes into campus and off campus. So we have met with Athens-Clarke County, and they are definitely on board with this and have asked us to present it to you guys just to get your thoughts on it and to see if it's something that we can do as a school district. They've provided us with a cost. Obviously, there's a cost associated with it. $85,000 for mapping every single room in our school district, and then integrating it with E911 as well as the fire department, police department, and we would actually own these maps when it's said and done. And so we have the ability then to share it with whomever, so UGA Police, GBI, GMA, whomever.
Is that for all 21, for all of our schools? Not 21.
That would include every single school as well as those reunification sites that I mentioned. Yes, ma'am.
So this came up a few years ago, and I went to a presentation on it. It was a community kind of event. You said that Athens-Clarke County is already on board with this?
Yes, ma'am. Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
And the hospitals, and is this part of a big overall safety plan, is I guess what I'm trying to understand? Because that was how it was presented. It's something that all of your emergency responders would participate in, including the technical colleges and the University of Georgia. So.
No, this is a little different. This is something that we would own that would only be for Clarke County School District, and we would share with responding agencies. And so the other good thing about this actually, it's written up there, but I didn't say it, is that these maps can establish incident command sites for each campus, and go ahead and establish as a police agency where you're going to meet, where you're going to set up your command post, option 1, option 2 on campus. And so again, the grid pattern, the way it would work with law enforcement in the event they had to respond to one of our schools, instead of saying go over to the gym, well, they may not know where the gym is. Or go to fine arts, they might, they might not know where that is, but they can find A2 or B7 on that grid map. And as I said, they can actually see their movement through their command center in real time on these maps. And so it allows them to, when they respond, to respond more accurately and get to the specific location that's in need. And the fact that they would be tied in with E911, if an individual within the school made a call to 911, it'll actually pinpoint their exact location on the map to the dispatcher.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one.
Okay.
Under updated Ccsd emergency operations, updated school emergency preparedness plan, the last one says procedure for establishing emergency kits. So are we telling schools how to put together emergency kits? What?
Yes, ma'am.
The procedure part?
Yes, ma'am, and they have been asked or told they shall do this for this school year. So most schools are already doing that, but adding it to the plan provides a procedure that's the same for every school.
So is the kits the same for every school? We're asking schools to request funds to make emergency kits? I'm just kind of,
Sure.
is the procedure for establishing this?
As of right now, each school's sort of doing it their own way as far as what it looks like. So some schools may have a school-themed cinch bag, for instance, that they hand out on day one to the new arrivals, to the new teachers when they come back. So, and then that bag would just hang right by the door, and that would be their go kit if they needed to leave the building. So, so at this point, there's the kits don't necessarily look the same between schools, so to speak, but they would have the same information, the same basic information in them.
Does the district provide funding to fill those kits? And do we have a standard that our standard expectation for emergency kits to look? Because the reason why I'm asking, because I can't imagine the Officer of Early Learning who's governed by DECAL and has very specific requirements on things that go in the emergency kit, that one being better than one for any elementary school, because we don't have a set standard.
Okay. As far as the container itself, there's no set standard for what the container should be. But the contents in it, there are certain items that are listed as required. So, and then as far as funding goes, I don't have an answer for funding.
So I think the question, I'm loud. I think the question is, I think you just answered part two. So you're talking about the container of what the items go in. I think Ms. Gallagher is asking, do we have a set standard of what's required to be in each kit?
Yes.
And
yes.
then based on that, Mr. Schoeneman, I'm looking to you, how are schools funded to purchase the items that have to be in the kit? So if we say that every classroom has to have tourniquets and 20 Band-Aids and peroxide, I'm just saying, do they have to take that out of their own money, or do we have a budget for safety items that every school is provided to ensure that there is not a financial burden to schools to equip these kits? Is that capture what you're saying? Okay, you're welcome. So yes.
Dr. Thomas, currently the budget would come from Mr. Dyer's budget right now. That's the only safety budget that we have. If this was an initiative going forward next year, if we said all of our classrooms have to have one of these kits, we could absolutely budget for it. But if they wanted to implement it this year, we do have contingency funds that we could transfer in and make those purchases. Or option B, we could wait till next year and budget for it. We've got funding to do so, but there's nothing set aside or currently there for them to do it.
So using my psychic abilities, which I don't use often, and knowing the board as I know the board, we would not wait until next year, I'm sure. So we would do an amendment to our budget to utilize what funds we have to ensure that every school can purchase whatever items are required to be in those kits. And if they've already purchased those items, they could then self-reimburse. I'm smart. They vote for it, even though there hasn't been a motion. So I think the request would be that, one, that we are clear about what items need to be in the kit, and I think you already have that established.
Yes, ma'am.
And then that we develop some way to fund that, and we can bring that budget request amendment, or whatever that right language is, Mr. Schoeneman, to the board. And knowing the board again, we can do that next week, even if it's not on our consent agenda for today. Is that correct?
You mentioned training on the AEDs. Do we have those in all of our schools?
Yes, ma'am, we do currently.
I had a question about the emergency plan. Is there a communications component to that plan?
Communications in terms of?
Communications to district level administrators, communications about what will be told to the students, to the families. Is there, I know we are still developing a communications plan, but will
Yes.
that be something that's incorporated into the training with the emergency plan, or will that be separate?
So the communications, the actual language of what's communicated out to families, what's communicated to students, that's not listed in the emergency operations plan, but it is a part of the procedure that they use our approved template for that. That has been developed by our trauma specialist. She provided that to me today, and then it was pushed out to the school safety officers.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
With the trainings that you mentioned, the safety officer training, those that'll be like the trainer, they'll be pushed out. What is the anticipated date by which all of those will have occurred?
Tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
And at this point, most schools have done that. So I'm going to answer that question further. So that's for this semester. They have a second deadline of January 13th for the second semester review. Any other questions for me? Okay, yes, ma'am.
This new position that we're probably going to hear about soon, it sounds like you might need more than one person to help. All that work you just described, it's not divide by two, it's divide by something bigger than two. Is that a realistic, I guess I'm asking, is that a realistic request? That one more person will help you get it done?
It is. I was being modest, so I'm up for how many you want to give me. I can put them to work.
And
So
I'll speak really briefly. Thank you, Mr. Dyer.
Yes, ma'am.
We had discussed the need for additional staff, and we've kind of gone back and forth. One of the things that I shared with Dr. Gant in our meeting this week, last week, we meet a lot, but in one of our meetings recently was that even going back 8 to 10 years, the role of safety coordinator has changed drastically. And when I came back to Clark County in 2009, our safety coordinator did things like check for Clorox under cabinets, check for comment. I mean, and that's no exaggeration. That was the requirement. You were here, I think, at that time,
Yes,
sometime
ma'am.
around then, came back. We would receive like monthly checklist of we were in the building, we saw these many extension cords out, we saw ladders up, we saw Clorox under the sink, we saw propane, and so it really shows how our social climate has changed in the last 10 plus years, that things that were priority, it's still important, and we don't want kids being able to access Clorox or Comet during the day, you know, in a school setting, but the focus on true life and death safety is not what it was. You know, we did our fire drills, we might do a lockdown drill, but the expectation, so one of the things that you were going to see next week, even on your personnel list, was just a shift, because this was a coordinator position, not even a director level position, but we have looked extensively at the requirements, and it's not a change in job description, it's a change in job responsibility and the levity of the work and all of the drills and types of things that have really expanded from when this role of safety coordinator was initially approved by Clark County Schools. And now doing lockdown drills, strategics drills, making sure that all of our people are trained, having these safety committees, it is a huge shift in the work. And so that was going to be something that would be on next week's personnel list, of really acknowledging that change in work. But we are very open, and Mr. Dyer has given me a very thorough plan that we can, Dr. Askew and I can get into even this week's board update of what that additional support around the work of school safety and security can look like for our system, and we can share that with you in the this week's board update.
So I wasn't keeping a tally like I sometimes do. Do we know exactly how many tasks we're looking to have performed and on what basis, how often we do that? And are we using that some type of multiplier to come up with what this one person can do? Because another person just simply says you've got 2 people to commiserate if the task is bigger than that, right? And so
Right.
I would be curious to know if there are some opportunities to look at how this work gets integrated into the daily operations of the school as opposed to a standalone kind of thing. I think, yes, there has to be someone who collects the data and does the reporting, but in terms of these tasks actually being performed, this looks like an opportunity to me to restructure some of the actual work that happens in our schools by some of the people that aren't necessarily full-time or on their highest pay scale. That's what I'm thinking as I hear what I hear.
I have a quick question, and I don't know if it would be for you or for Chief Reed, but I was reading some stuff, like articles that someone had sent, and it was around school safety, but this particular area of school safety. And it talked about guardians and like people who are, basically that is their primary job, you know, to watch schools, and, you know, and it talked about, it actually used the word like resource officers, but in further conversation, it seems like it was something quite different. I'm not advocating for or against it. I'm just curious, like, and I don't know if that's part of your conversation, or looking at all the different ways in which schools across the nation and in our RESA and next door are doing this, but have you ran across any information about that, or any just preliminary thoughts?
The first thing that comes to mind is the program, which I think you all are familiar with, about having fathers and grandfathers in the buildings, just helping walk the halls and patrol the schools. I'd say that's probably the closest thing to what you just described that I've heard of. And that scenario is happening in other school districts. So. And also I will say that GMA has been a great tool to me, and I do meet regularly with Dave Shanks, and he's our GMA rep. And so we do stay on top of the latest technologies and procedures that other districts are doing, but we're also looking at establishing a statewide safety coordinator group where we can collaborate between other districts and just learn from one another about what's working, what's not working. That's something that's still in its early stages, but that is a growing need among the school districts in the state. All right, well, if there are no more questions for me, I'll hand it over to Chief Reed. Thank you all.
Good evening, good evening. I must give my colleague. Good job, Pat. Good job. You've broken the ice for me, so I can get through this. But I want to start off with our unified training and all of this above. But I want to start first with this. Our school conference, annual school conference this year, it went great. I mean, Nashville never lets us down. More of a refresher, how to approach kids. Judo words to say to kids. When you're walking down the hall, you're looking for not bad things. If this kid trying to say something with the expression on the face, it put new ideas in our heads to look how we can help these kids. Because a lot of them, they want somebody, please say something to me, say something. And we had that approach. Well, the instructor, I think from Albany, and he gave us some great new ideas, and I think we're going to try to know in our school system. Just walk and just casually and just observe. Never take anything for granted, because they send out signals all kinds of ways, and we just got to be able to catch up on it. Now, with that said, didn't go backwards. Good. But as far as our unified training, and I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this training this year, it's just something about it. All the officers participated. As you can see, it's a school district officers, ACCPD, UGA, and this year we had Oconee County participating in our training. And for everybody to sit, the first part was instructional. Everybody sitting there, of course, what was the instructor wanted everybody to see, Uvalde. And we'll get on that early in the slide. But anticipating the training, the guys, the younger officers, everybody just want to get involved, want to make sure they prepared for whatever crisis approaches us. And it was such a good training. I just want to say, we need, like Dr. Askew mentioned, we need that twice a year. But with shortage everywhere, everybody tried to squeeze it in, and no rush for times of pre-test, and then it's a test afterwards, so you're there learning. It's just not no sit and chill and drink coffee. We really, really got deep involved in a lot of the officers, and at the end of the event, we talked about how good it was. And I sent out emails to the Chief Silks and Sheriff Q, all of the leaderships in this community, and congratulate them and thanking them for providing their instructors to help us how we can move through this. But my main thing was that all the leadership in these surrounding counties, we laughed at each other. We all came through the ranks together. Like, I'm on my 38th year, and some of the guys, we patrolled together. But and we all can read each other's mind. I know what he's going to do. I know how he's going to approach. It's going to be fair across the board. Because if we don't do it, we know we're going to, that's not right. You're not going to do that. And this is your consequence. And that's a good thing, knowing who you're working with. And that was great about this training. And I'm sure we're going to have plenty more. All right. As far as all of our state-required drills, our office, the school district, ACCPD, SROs, we participate in them annually. So the SROs from the county and our SRO run the fire drill, the tornado drills, and all that. Everybody is responsible, have a responsibility and duty as far as all the drills. And the other thing, they know how to conduct the drills. Don't rely on the administrators all the time. Sometimes they may not be able to conduct, and we go through it, and some of our unarmed officers, we tell them, you got to learn it. You got to learn it. You got to know how to do this and do that. Depends on the situation. And it's going great. Everybody's participating. And it's just a good feeling. And I'm glad everybody's still willing and committed. And they love the job. They love it. And I love mine. And as far as the incident command, chain of command, and lesson learned. Now, you know, the incident command, just like we say, it's an incident command. God forbid if anything happened on our school that we would need that set up. But the incident command depends on the incident. Like I said, if it's a criminal matter, ACCPD, who is the leading agency for our area, of course I get there, I'll take the lead. But when they come in, they deal with the incident, it may be where investigators are needed. You know, they have their own investigation. I'll step aside and let Chief Salters and his command take over. Still there to support for whatever, but they would take control of the situation. And then for us, a chain of command, yeah, as long as there's a crime scene there, you know, law enforcement's involved, and we don't get the civilians involved until the situation, the school or whatever campus we're at, is all clear. That means from anybody able to hurt anybody with any type of weapon or those type of things. If I'm making some sense, everybody follow me? So, you know, those things that we talk about in the training. So there's definitely no conflict. I know my role, Chief Salter, Chief Silks, Captain John Q. We all know our role. We know our place. But I can tell you, when the code goes up, they're coming. They're coming. They assured me. They told us they have vested interest in all our campuses, and that's a good thing. And even the Coney County, if they can help, they coming. They coming. And the same here. If we riding throughout the county and the code goes out, something near Oconee, I'm close, it's my duty as a police officer. I will respond and give my best to that situation. And it's just great to have that understanding with all the leadership around the county. And I just talks about it all the time. Now, let me see.
Chief Reed, just to clarify too, when that code goes out, we have a collaboration with ACCPD as well as UGA and the Sheriff's Department, right?
Correct, yes.
So, and you have done training. I just wanted them to hear that you, with the training you've done, UGA has been a part of that, ACCPD, and they all, and what my understanding is from you is that initially you are the incident command, but
Yes,
then
ma'am.
once ACCPD arrives, it is clear that they become incident command at that
Absolutely.
point, right?
Yeah.
But we have trained with all of those different groups.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
For years and continue. And then it's to train is without them, we'll be doing our kids a disservice. It's a must. We all intertwined here. And as far as lesson learned, as far as Uvalde, now this something deep with me now. I'm gonna tell you because of the precious cargo that we have with our students. I think Dr. Thomas mentioned 11,000. I was out at Winterville day one. And to see those little babies running, jumping with those book bags bigger than they are, and here I'm thinking in the parent drop-off, they're my responsibility. That parent is dropping that kid off right there saying that Clark County School District have a system in place to take care of my child. And we've got to hold up to that. I raised my right hand for 38 years, and I'm going to continue to do it. Those precious cargoes, and I talk about my grandkids, and I'm going to be stronger this time, crew. And that's an inside joke. You know, when your 12-year-old grandson said, "Papa, are you coming home?" "What?" And he knows at 12, he look at the news and see. And I tell him, I said, I'm gonna give the best, use my best training, Casey, and I'm coming home, son. I'm coming. And that's what energizes me to get up every morning to go out to these schools and look at the babies and our young adults. A lot of them right now, they don't have a clue. They grown, but they're not quite ready for the world. You have to let them know things. It's just all my law enforcement career. Y'all better go talk to Terry Reed. It's just way I was raised, straightforward. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You're gonna get it. Professionally, I'm just tell you like it is. You was wrong. That was wrong. Take your consequences. Let's move on. No need to dwell in it. So that's my teaching. But I can say this. If the code goes out, and what you saw on the news in Texas, those officers and all that, that's what not to do. We've committed, we're going toward the threat and eliminate and kill the threat, hands down. It's just the way it is. And that's a promise from all of us. And some of our initiatives here is to continue to maintain a safe environment that's conducive to learning, continue to participate in all the safety drills and restore the circle and anything that can settle down the environment of the school, rather than, I use the term, everything is not settled in the courthouse. If you want to get a community worked up and bring it back into the school, run something to the courthouse, which we should be smart enough to handle. Put them in the circle, let's talk about it. The small thing. Now, we can be our own problem if we're not careful. And I'm a firm believer of that. Everything is not settled at the courthouse. Hands down. And continue to make counseling referral based on observation and credible information. And our unarmed and SROs, we're doing that daily, referring to the counselor, referring to the counselor. I mean, just making sure you never know what the kids are. I mean, I just can't speak enough on that. You just don't know what the kids are going through. Now, are there sometimes going to be tough love? Yes, ma'am. There's going to be some tough love. We just have to deal with it. But you do it in a manner that you're not crushing the child, the kid, even the young adult. This is what you did. This is what I think you did. I have evidence here. We're going to have to move forward and let the judge make the final decision. It's the way that you approach those situations. And it's been a long time since I got in a confrontation with an 18-year-old, 19-year-old about charges. It's just the way you just approach them, the way you say things to them. You don't have to be disrespectful. And the minute you're disrespectful, they're going to let you know. They're going to act out, get the rest of their crews, and you're going to have a long day for that school day. And it's all the little small things that count. And my team, my crew, they know how Reed operates, and it's dwindling down. Take slower steps. You got to know when to take the fast step. Deal with the situation. Pull the aggressor, put him in the rooms, him or her, chat with them. All those types of approaches. It makes a difference. It makes a huge difference. And staying connected with the community. We got to do better. And each officer, we promise this year is going to be a whole better year as far as getting out there in the community, reaching out, talking to parents, getting information, anything that can help the schools out. That's going to be a biggie, getting in the community and talking with the parents. Because you never know who want to pull you to the side and say, this is what I've heard. And then a lot of times it's true. For us, our future needs, and as you can see on the slide there, and I'm getting into this area where I don't want to be too open about our approach to things. If you can, as the kids say, you can read me, and I'll be more than glad to, in a private setting, to have that discussion. And especially here, if you can see there, like I say, I would rather us be in a more private setting to have this discussion. And are there any questions of me?
I don't have a question. I do want to say thank you, Dr. Askew and Officer Reed, or Chief Reed, for going out to Cedar and checking out the homeless encampment right outside of Cedar Shoals, and making sure that our kids are safe before coming back to school. So thank y'all for doing it.
Yes, ma'am. We took care of it.
I just thought about it. I'll ask you this question because it's about one of your slides offline. I'll ask you about the future needs. But I wanted to just reiterate, as an individual board member, I think this is very helpful. I think there's been a lot on people's minds, you know, parents and students, and, you know, unfortunately, this is where we are. Absolutely. We are at a place where we really are having to, schools are having to carve out budgets for protecting children. And I know statistically it does not happen, you know, it's not like it's sort of this thing that's happening every day, all day.
Correct.
And so overall, schools are safe places until they're not. And I think that's what we, you know, got to see some of. And so, you know, it's sort of these mixed emotions that we hear. I know all of this fits under climate, and we're really talking about the threats, you know, when we look at a lot of those situations, not in all of them, but they were sometimes former students and things like that. And so I think that's how all of this fits, right, is, you know, how do we create a culture and climate to prevent this? But that also means we still have to be prepared.
Absolutely.
And so I do thank you for, you know, the work that you're doing, as well as the safety work. I was just listening to like all of those drills that are needed. And so, yeah, I just wanted to sort of publicly say thank you, and then also, you know, reiterate, you know, my own commitment to supporting and advocating for, you know, the things that you all feel you need to be able to do this work effectively, so that but if something like this does happen, we can at least feel, you know, I don't want to even say good, but this is not one more area of trauma to know that we weren't prepared and we weren't supporting those efforts. So.
Thank you.
Ditto my colleagues, and I do want to say thank you for that presentation, the entire presentation. All of you, thank you so much. And knowing the superintendent as I do, I'm sure you'll have that training twice or however many times you need it.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you. And we appreciate how seriously you take the safety of our students and staff. And one of the areas Dr. Gant asked me about this week also was us having threat assessments. And we do threat assessments with our students as well. We have a very thorough process in place that actually Dr. Watley helped to lead, and we have trained teams, and we have more in-depth training set up in the very near future so that our schools can do effective threat assessments with students, and not just about violent incidents towards others, but also potential violence towards themselves. So we do have teams that are in place to do that work.
So let me just echo my sentiments. I really appreciate the information that's been shared. I have questions, of course, about the things that we can't really talk about publicly, and I would love to know what our arrangement will be to have that further discussion with the board. And if it's not the full board, then how should we approach that?
What was that? I'm sorry, can you say that again, Ms. Davis?
There's some things on here that we don't want to have because of safety and security, we
Sure.
wouldn't want to have a public discussion about it. But how do we have this conversation unless you're suggesting that we do that individually?
If I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Pruitt and Dr. Thomas, if you could correct me, but I do think some of this can be had in executive session as it relates to safety plans.
The safety plan is not subject to open records. Potentially, it could be discussed in executive session, I suppose, under that exception for discussing documents that can't be discussed openly. Frankly, I don't ask Chief Reed what is in it because I don't want to know either. That needs to be kept as need to know as possible.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just very briefly, while I did appreciate the information, I think as a school board member and as a parent, what I appreciated most was you referring to our children as precious cargo. That means a lot coming from the person in your position. So thank you for viewing our students as the treasures that they are.
And I want to clarify, I'm not necessarily speaking about documents, but I guess if there are additional resources and materials and things like that where it has been mentioned that these things might be better had in a private conversation, my question is, are those things that can that conversation happen in executive session with the full board, or would you recommend those as just individual conversations with Dr. Thomas and Chief Reed?
Probably individual conversations.
And one of the things we could probably do, Dr. Gann, is if we have small groups that want to meet rather than having multiple, we could set up times where maybe less than a quorum could meet with Chief Reed and Dr. Askew, Mr. Dyer, and I could work with Ms. Tillman if that's something that's wanted to like have a couple of times, some morning times, some evening times, so that people with different schedules, and we could divide it up where there were opportunities for individuals to talk if that's something you would like to. Okay, Ms. Palmer, I think she's doing, I got it.
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks, Lisa. All right, so Dr. Welch has been an excellent thought partner with me as we have strategized for discipline reform here in CCSD. And so as students returned last year, in 2021 and 22, we had an opportunity to go into schools, talk to leaders, review data, and come back and revise a strategy. And so Dr. Welch is going to present that data right now and that conversation that we had with principals and those types of things and next steps. Also, I put in the board update, his comprehensive report that you can read through as well for tomorrow, okay? Dr. Welch.
Thank you, Dr. Outlay. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well. My name is Richard Welsh. I am an associate professor of education and public policy at Vanderbilt University. I am very grateful for the opportunity and excited to discuss Clark County's approach and progress towards reducing racial inequality in school discipline.
Over the past 5 years or so, I've had the pleasure of working with district and school leaders in a research practice partnership aimed at understanding and disrupting the disparities in students' disciplinary outcomes. Partnership work has informed school discipline policies, such as our Code of Conduct revisions, the design and content of some of our supporting materials, such as the discipline matrix, as well as our investment in alternative approaches to exclusionary disciplines, such as restorative practices. Before I begin, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the district leaders, school leaders, and educators who have taken the time and energy to support this work. Thank you. So for tonight's presentation, I will first provide an overview of the state of school discipline in Clark County, and then I will discuss 5 focus areas as CCSD deepens its commitment to reducing inequities in school discipline. I hope to illustrate that in spite of the positive steps that we've taken prior to the pandemic, that the need and urgency to reduce racial inequality in exclusionary discipline has been compounded by COVID-19. I have provided you with the slides and the accompanying report for your review, and there will be time for questions throughout. So what I intend to do today is try and set the table for a conversation that would be ongoing. Disciplinary outcomes are the result of a complex process within schools. The analysis focused on 3 key interrelated disciplinary outcomes: office discipline referrals, or ODRs, in-school suspensions, or ISS, and out-of-school suspensions, or OSS. Perceived student misbehavior can be handled in the classroom, or students may be referred to the office. When a student receives an ODR, there may be multiple disciplinary resolutions. Findings from the prior report highlighted that suspensions are the most frequently occurring disciplinary consequence in Clark County. There are 2 types of suspensions: in-school suspension and out-of-school suspension. As the name suggests, in-school suspension, students are removed from the classroom, but they remain in the school building. Out-of-school suspension, students are excluded from school for a specified number of days. The prevalence of exclusionary discipline can be measured in several different ways. For tonight's presentation, I'm going to largely focus on rate-based metrics, or the proportion of unique students that's receiving a disciplinary consequence. Similarly, disparities in discipline can be measured in several ways. The prior report used regression-based analysis to find that Black students are receiving harsher punishment for similar infractions. For tonight's presentation, I'm going to focus on the absolute risk difference, which is really a comparison of the prevalence of exclusionary discipline across students' groups. All right, so let's start with putting Clark County within the state and national school discipline context. Here I am using district level data from 2011-12 through to 2017-18 from the Civil Rights Data Collection, and I am comparing the prevalence of and disparities in ISS and OSS across districts in Georgia and districts nationally. So the line furthest at the top is Georgia ISS. Right below that is Clark County ISS, followed by Georgia OSS, and then Clark County ISS. All are above the national average. So overall, Clark County is lower than the state average, but higher than the national average. And this is partly because Georgia is a very high suspending state, one of the highest in the nation. So compared to districts nationally, Clark County has disparities in OSS that's below the national average, but as you will see later on, the disparities in ISS are above the national average. So ISS is our disciplinary consequence of choice, And it's not only Georgia. I think one of the key takeaways from this slide is that school discipline is a salient challenge across many districts, and some of the challenges and the trends we're seeing here, we're seeing nationwide. So for instance, similar to the states and the national averages, the black rate for both ISS and OSS are the highest of any student group, followed by multi-race students. So very similar trends that we see locally, we're seeing across districts nationwide. So the pandemic struck in 2019-20, and 2020-21 was marked by bouts of in-person and virtual learning. And then we had a return to in-person learning in 2021-22. So as you can see here, and this will be a trend that you will see throughout most of the disciplinary consequences, there's almost what probably economists would call a V. So we had a sharp dip in 2021, and I think one of the emerging themes is that we are rebounding, not quite there yet, but we are rebounding to pre-COVID levels in terms of ODRs, ISS, and OSS. So here we are looking at the number of unique ODRs, so counting how many ODRs we have issued over time. And as you will see, from 2015 to 2019, there was a substantial increase. And then we peaked in 2018, and since then, there have been a decline. So if we look over the period of study, there's been a decline in the number of ODRs that are being issued, which is a step in the right direction. Also encouraging is that the ODRs that we saw in 2022 have not yet returned to the 2019 levels. And that is important because last year was a very peculiar year for educators. We were returning to in-person learning. There was a socialization of being back in the classroom. We were dealing with educator burnout, student mental health challenges. We also had 2 sets of freshmen in middle school and high school, so 2 grade 6, 2 grade 9s, and those transition years tend to be particularly problematic for school discipline. So as you will see throughout, I think kudos to our educators that it seems that this year they responded with empathy in a lot of regards. Similar to what we see here, what we see with the number of unique ODRs, if we look at the number of unique students that's receiving that ODRs, we see a similar trend. So an increase to 2018, and then since then, we've been moving in the right direction. When we disaggregate the rate at which students are receiving ODRs, we start to realize the depth of racial inequality in exclusionary discipline. So here we are looking at the percentage of unique students receiving ODRs across student race and ethnicity. And what jumps out to you is that the ODR rate for Black students is noticeably larger than any other student group. And this has remained consistent over time. If we look at the top line, that 25% there at around 2018, 2019 means roughly 25% of Black students were receiving at least one ODR. So another way of saying that is at least one in 4 Black students were being referred to the office. When we look at the trajectory of the ODR rate for Black students before 2020, we see that that rate was increasing. So if you look at the lines below the top line, there's a clear trajectory upwards, whereas with other student race and ethnicity, there was more of a variation. Also important is that multi-race students, even though they form less than 5%, I believe, of the total student enrollment, the ODR rates for those students are second only to black students. And as you will see, and it will become more apparent, our Latinx ODR rate is more similar to the white ODR rate than for other students of color. So in the slides to come, you will realize that the black-white disparities, whether it be in ODRs or ISS, is our most concerning disparity. I will also say that the high ODR rate for our multi-race students, and I'm also finding similar trends nationally, similar trends in New York City as well, really suggests that we need to pay more attention to the disciplinary experiences of these students. So here I am showing the disparities in ODRs. The key takeaway here is even though we are below pre-COVID levels, we are approaching them rapidly. The results indicate that the black-white disparities are the highest by far. So that 20% that we're looking at in 2019 means, that the rate at which black students in CCSD were referred to the office were 20 percentage points higher than what we would expect if they were referred at the rate of white students. We could represent the disparities in another way. We could use relative risk ratio, and in that sense, judging by the numbers here, we would say black students are maybe 3 to 4 times more likely to receive an ODR compared to white students. As you will see, the Latinx white rate or Latinx white disparities are some of the lowest. And interestingly, if you look at 2022, unlike what's happening with multi-race students and black students, those haven't rebounded as quickly. So that is good news in terms of the disciplinary experiences of our Latinx students. The key takeaway here, as I mentioned, is that black-white disparities and to a lesser extent multi-race white disparities are our biggest concerns. So we shift from the disparities in office discipline referrals now to what's happening in our suspensions. So over time, we have had a reduction in the use of OSS and an increase in the use of ISS. So ISS and ODR, if you look at those rates pre-COVID, are increasing and moving in similar directions, whereas our OSS rates are declining over time. We see similar trends with our black OSS rate. As you realize, I haven't focused on OSS predominantly in this presentation because I think our biggest challenge now is ISS. The use of OSS has reduced over time, as well as our disparities in OSS. So good news there. What is happening is that it seems like ISS has replaced OSS and is being used frequently. Similar to the ODR story, when we disaggregate the data, we begin to see some of the disparities in stark relief. Here we are looking at the ISS rate disaggregated by student race and ethnicity. And it's a similar story to ODRs. The black ISS rate is the highest of all student groups. And if you realize it was increasing prior to the onset of the pandemic, and if we look at 2022, it's almost getting back to those levels. So rapidly approaching pre-pandemic levels. When we look, it's a similar story to our ODRs, that the second set of students that have a high ISS rate will be our multi-race students. Our Latinx, Asian, and our white students have lower rates, especially our white and Asian students. So it should not be surprising, looking at the differences in rates, that we're having these growing racial disparities in ISS. So you begin to see a narrative emerging where we have reduced our use of exclusionary discipline overall. We have reduced our use of OSS, but when we look at the rate at which Black students are being referred, at which Black students are being suspended, it shows that we have more work to do. So the Black-white disparities in ISS was increasing before the pandemic. It's approaching pre-pandemic levels. So if we look at the interpretation of the ARD here, which looks to be just slightly above 10% in 2019, we are saying that the rate at which Black students in CCSD receive an ISS is roughly 10 percentage points above what we'd expect if they were suspended at the rate of white students. So one of the frequent stories I hear when I visit schools is that most of our issues are being caused by a small subset of students. So as you saw in the prior slide, roughly 15% of our students are receiving at least one ODR. So we know it's more than 3 or 5% of students that are being disciplined. What I've done here with the chronic discipline rates is to look at students who are receiving more than one ODR within a given school year. So same school year, if they receive more than one ODR, more than one ISS, or more than one OSS, they're classified as persistently disciplined. And we're very interested in this group of students because they could be subjected to the compounded disadvantages of exclusionary discipline by receiving multiple disciplinary consequences within the same school year. And here we see the increasing rates of chronic discipline prior to the pandemic. In good news, OSS has been on the decline, which follows in some of the trends that we've seen. But if you take a look at the ISS line and the ODR line, it shows that over time there's been somewhat of a growth in what is popularly termed frequent flyers. So students are receiving multiple ODRs, multiple ISS over time. And similar to the disparities that we see in OSS and in ODR and ISS, pardon me, the Black-white disparities in who are being chronically disciplined are by far the largest. They were increasing prior to the pandemic, and they're approaching pre-pandemic levels. So one of the major findings from the prior report is that subjective offenses, and by that I mean offenses such as student incivility or disorderly conduct, offenses that rely predominantly on the discretion and interpretation of our educators, formed roughly half of our disciplinary infractions and consequences. And as you can see here from this graph, I'm showing the percentage of ODRs, ISS, and OSS for subjective offenses over time. We had some increases in the pre-pandemic era, and we're approaching those levels, which means that we are still using exclusionary discipline to a large extent for subjective offenses. With that said, it's not all bad news. And I think it is important, while we highlight the areas for improvement, that we also highlight and celebrate some of the progress. So if we look at what's happening prior to COVID and COVID, students are being referred at a lower rate, and we are using non-exclusionary consequences. So here I am showing the proportion of infractions that's resolved by whether it's exclusionary discipline, which would include your suspensions, your expulsions, assignment to alternative schools, and non-exclusionary, the top two would be parent conference and student conference. And as you can see, last year, in kudos to our educators, they were using less exclusionary discipline overall. They were using more parent conference, they were using more student conference. So that is progress that we should implore our school leaders to continue in their shift away from punitive disciplinary practices. But at the same time, while we laud the overall reduction in the use of exclusionary discipline to resolve ODRs and the increase in the use of non-punitive disciplinary consequences, we still have a lot of work to do in terms of disrupting racial inequality in exclusionary discipline. These disparities are persisting despite lower prevalence. And as I mentioned before, I am seeing similar trends nationally and similar trends in New York. So a lower prevalence in the use of exclusionary discipline overall does not mean there are no disparities. So I'm going to transition to 5 focus areas that have emerged from partnership work. And these are based on the prevailing patterns from the quantitative data that I've given you a snapshot of, as well as co-constructed in conversations with district and school leaders. So as Dr. Watley mentioned, this year in October and March, we had several school visits where we had the opportunity to sit with school leadership teams and discuss the challenges that they face particular to that year, as well as open up a line of communication about school discipline. These focus areas will require sustained and expanded investments. And as you'll see in the accompanying report, they are very much aligned with the 3 Ps school discipline reform strategic framework that we've been working with. So we have interventions falling within policy, program, and personnel. As you can also see, they're very much aligned with what we're seeing from the data. The first would be reducing ODRs for our Black students, not simply just reducing the level of ODRs. We've hit that checkpoint now. I think the next checkpoint for us is to be intentional about the ODRs for the students who are most subjected to exclusionary discipline. The second focus area is improving ISS. As it is our most frequently occurring consequence, it is the most frequently occurring consequence in the Southeast, and it's right next to OSS nationally. So ISS is perhaps one of the most overlooked elements of school discipline now, and I think you have a few districts across the country who are beginning to lead the way in transforming ISS, and part of what we intend to do is study those districts closely and create our own and re-envision ISS for Clark County. There's a need, and the pandemic has shown this, to bolster our student and educator support. So we've been working a lot on thinking through how do we support students and educators in to reduce discipline disparities. So I'll talk about that. An area that have been somewhat overlooked is how we engage our community, how we engage our families and parents, and I will take partly responsibility for that. In the start of our work, we were laser focused on the district and schools, and we also didn't want to feed into deficit narratives about parents. So our approach with parents have been very cautious, but what the pandemic has revealed is that the school community connectiveness, the school community link, is very important for school discipline. So as we move forward, we need to figure out how we're going to tap into the expertise of our families and students and bring them into this process of transformation. And then the final focus area has to do with academics, as we realize that the road to recovery from emerging data is probably going to be longer than we expect, especially for students of color. And the link between academics and discipline, we've always thought about it as suspensions lowering achievement. Well, I think the bidirectionality of that might be strengthening, and by that I mean that in the post-COVID, if you want to call that, post-COVID era, the academic efficacy, the academic stamina and rigor of students are gonna have disciplinary implications. And I'll talk more about that in a second. So for the first focus area or aim and what we've been working at is really to identify evidence-based practices from across the country and from within the literature that have been proven to reduce the ODRs for Black students. Not ODRs overall, but for Black students. So we've been working and identified a handful of programs, and these programs fall within two buckets. You have your educator-focused programs that's focused on improving the professional capacity of our educators to handle some of the school discipline challenges. And then I think you also have our student-focused programs that's more focused on the identity of our students and trying to have them manifest the genius and joy of being in school. So we've identified a few that we're beginning to dig deeper into, and the hope is that we can start to invest, whether using federal funds, as these programs have very strong research evidence. I think the 4 that I've listed on the education programs all have experimental evidence proving that they have worked for reducing ODRs for Black students. So our approach is to seek and find these programs, learn from them, and ultimately bring them here and invest in these programs in Clark County. For ISS, as currently constructed, ISS is a missed opportunity for us to replace exclusion with instruction, remediation, and engagement. So the question is, how do we re-envision ISS? How do we have it go from perhaps a holding pen to a place where we can start to engage students to improve their behavior, to improve their academics? And from conversations thus far, there's not only a content and who is in the room to help students, the kind of syncing the instruction in that room with the instruction in the classroom, but there's also a facilities question as well as the nature of the room for ISS. Is it amenable to proactive circles, things of that nature? So we're focusing on identifying exemplars. We've been working on ISS for a little bit. I think we're going to intensify that moving forward. Dallas and what they're doing with their reset centers is very much on our radar. So we're reverse engineering and figuring out what works best for Clark County, learning from those exemplars. Support is a big part of our strategy moving forward. We know that a handful of schools are responsible for the majority of our ODRs. We also know that a handful of grades are responsible for the majority of our ODRs, as you will see in the report. What we want to do is to be able to target these schools with high prevalence of and disparities in exclusionary discipline. And even if we have to choose where to first put some of these resources, those schools should be the focus. So if you think on perhaps where should we improve the ISS first, or where should we try and invest in some of the programs to reduce ODRs, these schools are very high on our list. So the aim is to start focusing more really intently, and we have, given by the visits and open up the lines of communication with these leaders to really try and support these schools. We've been working on school discipline specific professional development, so we've always heard the need for more classroom management, de-escalation strategies, trauma-informed. So I know Dr. Outlay and her team has been making steps in terms of conceptualizing a school leader induction that's based on school discipline and walking through the code. I know she's also been thinking about ways in terms of engaging our teachers. So we want to invest in professional learning that's specific to school discipline. I think that is something that's needed. And the aim here is that the training and the on-the-job support will then increase the professional capacity, which will then increase adult learning and empathy, which will then result in a greater frequency of non-punitive and restorative practices. I have called for before, and I will reiterate the call for investment in support personnel. I am not sure of the exact numbers, but I would venture to say that not every school has its own social worker or behavior specialists or mental health specialists. I believe they are shared and have multiple assignments. In an era of heightened mental health needs for students, in an era where we are thinking of implementing restorative practices district-wide, it is imperative that we have the personnel to support this work. I have not been in a conversation with a school leader who has not had personnel on their wish list. So they want behavior specialists, they want social workers. These support personnel, if properly coordinated, can help us to be really innovative in how we respond. So for instance, one of the ideas we've been toying with is having a case consultation model for our chronically disciplined students. So those students that I mentioned earlier that are receiving multiple disciplinary consequences within a school year, we've been thinking how we can perhaps assign a social worker to that student and mimic in many ways the case consultation model to try and get to the heart of what may be happening instead of repeatedly suspending or repeatedly sending these students to the office. That would be very difficult to do if we only have 10 full-time and 1 part-time social worker. So if we're gonna do the work, we're gonna need personnel. And I see Dr. Thomas looking at me, so I'll put one additional caveat. Before investment in such personnel, I think it's important, as you read in the report, that we take stock of what we have now and how we're using them. So we need to be strategic in the coordination, and I think the next thing we need to have our eye on is the diversity of school personnel as well as we recruit those additional folks. The final item on support is to consider scheduling changes. So I heard this before in the prior report, but it was definitely amplified this year about the need for breaks for mental health purposes. So if we look, and I've been kind of heading towards this direction with some of the analysis to provide further empirical support. But our district and school leaders know that roughly around the end of September, October, and also in February, we see an uptick in disciplinary infractions and consequences. And this also coincides with a period of burnout as well for both educators and students. So as we move forward, I'm not privy to all the factors that will go into such a decision, but it's definitely something that I want to put before you, as I've heard it from several school leaders, that we should consider a scheduling change that perhaps gives us a midwinter break similar to some of the districts in Georgia, with the goal of using scheduling to help not only provide mental health breaks and time as we emerge from the pandemic, but also more time for educators in their professional development. So as I mentioned before, we want to focus more on engaging our families and students as we move forward in this partnership work. And next thing that we want to do is to turn the lens on ourselves. So this year we had the opportunity to visit some of our early implementers of restorative practices in the district, and it was very helpful because we started to learn from their challenges and innovations and started to make changes before restorative practices is rolled out district-wide. So for instance, there were issues with documentations. We've talked about challenges in trying to accurately show the impact of restorative practices in schools. Sometimes they're used, but they're not adequately documented. So, moving forward, as we look at our pilot schools, we're going to be even more intentional about learning from our pilot schools and learning from our early implementers. And then in the spirit of learning, we wanted to apply an asset-based approach to school discipline. So oftentimes we focus on what's not working. So in borrowing a concept that I've done in New York City, we have identified and we're going to visit this year what I term inclusive disciplinary schools. So these are schools that, for lack of a better term, are beating the school discipline odds. They tend to have a high proportion of students of color, but a low prevalence of exclusionary discipline. We want to know what those schools are doing well, and we want to learn from them. So that is going to be an additional approach that we do this year. So instead of focusing only on our schools with high prevalence, we are going to focus on schools that have been doing well with the aim of learning and spreading those lessons. The national data that's emerging is showing that the academic recovery is going to be more challenging than we thought, especially for students of color. Too many students are reading below too many grade levels, and that's an issue that we have here in Clark as well. The frustration with this learning loss can spill over into school discipline. This was brought up in the prior report, and in this series of school visits this past school year, it was also brought up as well, where there's anecdotal evidence where school leaders think some students might escape the curriculum or try and cover their deficiencies, for lack of a better word, by acting out, for lack of a better word. So moving forward, I think we have to be cognizant of how we are going to engage in academic instruction to try and mitigate or even offset or prevent some of these ODRs that might happen where students might not feel academically confident or might not want to reveal how behind they are, so they'd rather have an ISS instead. And finally, I'd like to close by saying that I view these disparities as a call to action. I am heartened by the progress that we've made in preparing for this presentation. I wondered if the arc of equality or equity, I should say, in school discipline is long, but it does bend towards equity. So we've taken positive steps, but there's far more for us to do. And I believe that if we can combine the will, the resources, the connectiveness between our school and community, and the strategic approach that we've been employing to our school discipline reforms, then hopefully we can continue to move the needle. And the ultimate goal is to disrupt racial inequality in exclusionary discipline. And with that, I will open it up for questions. Thank you very much.
All right, the floor is open for questions. Ms. Davis?
But I will. Okay, so thank you very much for this information. Now, I've heard it a number of times. We're making some progress. I've heard that a number of times. I'm grateful for that. Seems like we're doing some of the right things.
Mm-hmm.
And this literally is not a question that I thought about until just this moment. And the school disciplinary thing is a huge, huge part of our energy every day, I think, in our classrooms and in our schools. And so, of the solutions that we're proposing, what are you hearing and learning about the effectiveness? I see the incremental reductions, right, in the number of referrals. And then when I hear from the community and some of the teachers, it's like, well, we're not referring them anymore. Mm-hmm. And so some of those come about as a result of administrative decisions. Mm-hmm. And I don't question that, it's just what it is. I'm trying to get my arms around how much energy and how many resources are we putting into this small percentage of the children in our school system that seem to need this level of support. And is that money being spent in a way that's actually going to change this trajectory, or is it self-sustaining? The more we do it, the more people we need to continue doing it, is my question.
Yeah, good question, Ms. Davis. Thank you very much. It's hard for us to put a cost-benefit analysis. I don't know if we can accurately identify the costs that we've invested. That's certainly something that we can move forward to do. The way I look at discipline is that it affects the overall character and climate of the school. I think we are seeing roughly 15% of our students receive an ODR. So I don't know if that's particularly small. What we do know is there's a significant overlap with the students who are disciplined and or academic proficiency. So whether or not it's worth the investment is perhaps a question I'm not qualified to answer without the cost-benefit analysis, but what I can say is that the school exclusion is perhaps the civil rights issue of education. It is a symptom of deeper structural issues. So these investments are not only investments to disrupt racial inequality. I see these as investments that not only will do that, but investments that will also enhance learning, enhance the experience of our students, and ultimately improve their outcomes. But I am with you in terms of definitely questioning and wanting and having an eye and a lens on whether or not we're getting the best bang for our buck.
And so I want to make sure that I am absolutely in favor of the supports that we're putting in our schools for our children, because I do believe if we can solve the problem with that 15%, it's going to raise everyone up. Because, I am just paying attention to, if there's a problem, I put my energy into solving the problem, and I forget about sometimes the things that I'm actually trying to do. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know how it truly impacts learning in the classroom, right? If we're all focused on making sure that these 15% are disciplined.
So I will address that. So if you look at some of our interventions, right? So let's take restorative practices, for instance. A big part of that would be student-teacher relationships, right? Which have been proven to be an important part of reducing racial inequality in exclusionary discipline. But those teacher-student relationships also affect other parts of learning. When we invest in restorative practices, we're not only preventing and reducing that 15%, but there's also larger benefits, I believe, that flow within that classroom from a teacher having greater proficiency in student-teacher relationships, greater proficiency in cultural responsiveness, greater proficiency at being able to connect with students, right? So I think while we haven't empirically proven some of those spillover effects, I do believe from some of the conversations that exist, and the investments we're making is not solely to reduce racial inequality. I think it will have larger positive externalities to speak, right? It will affect more than the 15% who are being referred. It will affect more than those who are being chronically disciplined.
Thank you.
No problem.
Dr. Welch, one example, and Dr. Watley and I talked about this, I think it was today, the days are kind of running together, but we've been at Hillsman, both of us have been at Hillsman, so they're looking at a different model, and I'm looking at Mr. Gaskins, a different model with their ISS. So what she is doing is looking at her tier 3 kind of behavior kids, because what I shared with Dr. Watley today is ISS is a transient space, so it's difficult to maybe have an intervention in that space because you're serving different students daily. But what you can do is look at the data of those students who are coming there regularly, which then start being your kind of tier 3 behaviors. And so what Ms. Douglas is doing there is she has started a program, a curriculum called Life Academy, I think is what it's called. And then once the students graduate from Life Academy, they move to Leadership Academy. And what she talked about is that some of our most challenging students behaviorally are some of your greatest leaders.
It's true.
And that's why they're able to get other kids to follow them. So how do we take that and turn that into something positive? So they're doing habitudes and, you know, looking at, are you a thermostat, or are you a thermometer, are you this or are you that? And so her ISS coordinator is running groups. And we talked about how do you use your behavior specialist, your behavior interventionist. So how do we start doing groups? And I think that's when you are putting money and resources towards really changing behaviors and giving children options to replace what's not a productive way of engaging, and giving them another choice and giving them another skill to replace that with. And so I was really excited when I went into that classroom. I told her the only negative to me today was that the class had so many great resources and was so engaging. I said, you're gonna make kids wanna come to ISS? I mean, it was bright, but there were like things on the wall, and there were like resources and tools, and I had never walked into an ISS classroom where there was like a curriculum, you know, and there were activities, and this is what we're doing, and this is what we're learning today, and there were basically behavioral standards, and it was just an engaging space where she's really working to replace those inappropriate behaviors with positive behaviors. And then her current Leadership Academy that she has that was recognized by the state, those students are helping to then train the students who have graduated from Life Academy and moved to Leadership Academy, and giving them as peer-to-peer coaches working to help teach those classes with them. So that, to me, when I was listening to you talk about what are we doing, you know, with ISS and how are we changing the model, you have to move from something that's strictly punitive to something that really starts to teach replacement behaviors and teaching students how to engage with each other, engage with adults in a more positive way. So I was really excited to see that when I was out in the buildings today.
That's great. Thank you. That's encouraging.
Ms. Hall, and then Dr. Maddox.
So since we know that the school system is kind of a microcosm of what's going on in the community, what do you envision the child welfare system's role in this work is, with our DFAC social workers, our juvenile offender advocates, our community partners that have these resources that can help families outside of school? Do you envision a role for them in doing the work inside of the school?
It would flow through the social worker and the case consultation model that I mentioned. So I think if they become a point person for those wealth of resources, and if we can link our social worker in a case consultation model to the students who are being chronically disciplined, then I think that would be one way for us to really try and get at that nexus between school and community that might be driving some of our disparities. And then the next thing on that point is we've been thinking about a bring the school to community type initiatives. So what we've always thought is how we can get the community into schools, how we can get mentors and things of that nature. And I think if we somewhat flip that model and figure out how we can bring the school out to the community through different events, then I think we can start to open up those lines of communication where students and families in need of support can have better access points.
Thank you. And one more question. As we talk about this, and we've been talking a lot about the school to prison pipeline in the last couple of years, are we tracking the disparities in referrals to juvenile court from our school system?
To juvenile court, I am not quite sure. That's not in my data.
Okay.
But what I can
Dr.
tell,
Watley said she'll answer for me. Thank you.
yeah. But what I will say is that a very low proportion of our students are being assigned to alternative schools or going through that process. So hopefully that number should be very low.
Just want to say thank you. This is very helpful for
Thank
me. I struggle in this area, and I know I'm gonna have to study it and then come back. I'm a slow learner at times. But my main question, I guess, is I really resonated with when you talked about using our assets. And I have asked several times, like I want to see a clear path for me of Mr. Gaston's area to Dr. Watley's area, and how all of these programs that we're supporting, how does that all work together, and if we are making any gains from that, because I'm seeing a lot of movement. I've seen people move to other positions, and I just want to see that there is some stability in us continually to put money in this area, and I want to see, like, in the positions, do they align in terms of the organizational chart of who's the behavior specialists and social workers and where they should go. That type of thing is what I have the most questions surrounding. I just can't visualize how this all kind of works together on a high, not operational, but I do need to understand when it comes to our children, because I deal with so many families who call me directly because of discipline and behavior issues in the district, and I'm just at a loss.
Well, I am not super privy to the organizational chart or some of the factors that might go into personnel decisions. What I will say is that we've taken steps forward, but we've also taken perhaps steps that we can reconsider. I am thinking about, we had a director of restorative practices. I don't believe that position exists anymore when we are thinking of taking restorative practices district-wide. Again, I recognize there might be flux. It could be moved to a next division. It might be coming back. Similarly, the behavior specialists, I believe, are largely in special education, if I'm remembering right. They're not a part of the support team. Again, I am not completely sure of their complete role, if they have duties beyond what would be expected in a disciplinary process, but if their main role is to support educators, then I think perhaps they would be better in the support team. So I know Dr. Thomas and our team are working through the best ways to organize our resources as we move forward. Our focus area number 5 kind of hits at that harmony between what we do in terms of instruction or principals, supervisors, things of that nature, and what we do in terms of supporting our educators and our students. So, I've raised these concerns, as you will read in the report, and I think, Dr. Thomas and her team will make the decisions.
When you were talking about the considering scheduling changes for the mental health of students and educators, I think it's great to have breaks throughout the year, but what I actually thought you were going to talk about was having breaks throughout the day. And I wondered if there was any evidence for having more breaks throughout the day or more recess time for the younger kids or even for the older kids in reducing discipline infractions and disparities.
Well, to reduce discipline infractions, probably not. I haven't seen any work that directly links recess or break to some of the disciplinary outcomes, but I have seen some work showing that recess have a positive outcome on students, especially our younger students. I know there's recent work that has shown that a later start to the school day is also beneficial for students. So that's something that I can look and see what's there. In terms of the scheduling changes, I just wanted to amplify something that I've heard from the school leaders, and I've put it on Dr. Thomas's radar already, and I know she's considering it. It's not something that I think we can move quickly into because there's, considerations about instructional days and things of that nature. So we can definitely look to see if there's more empirical support and whether or not we need to not only change the overall schedule, but contemplate the daily schedule as well.
So I just have a clarifying question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your role and what's the expectation for the district given you've done this?
My role is to help the district primarily by providing research evidence. So it starts with the research. It starts with being able to analyze the data and provide insights that can help to inform our interventions. That has evolved into, as Dr. Outlay has said, a thought partnership where we're focused strictly on school disciplines. So I am able to share papers, approaches, what other districts are doing. The expectation is to be exactly that, to be a thought partner in the quest to reduce racial inequality in exclusionary disciplines. So since I was a faculty member here at the University of Georgia, to my transition at NYU, to my transition now to Vanderbilt, throughout the turnover and the transitions, we have kept the partnership strong. We have a commitment, a long-term commitment to use research, use insights, use data to help disrupt some of the disparities.
Okay, last one. And you said long-term. So what is a long-term relationship? How is that defined?
Well, we have different horizons, but we're 5 years in now, and we're just getting warm. So I don't know if there's an expiration date on it when we have zero disparities.
And then you'll push for better outcomes, or you just assess us along the way?
Yeah, I'm on the research practice partnership is focused exclusively on school discipline. So I don't venture into anything else. We try and go for intensity in what we're doing. So in an ideal world, if we are able to disrupt our racial inequality in exclusionary discipline, I am happy for us to try and find another area for us to tackle, but school discipline is my expertise, and that has been the passion that has brought me to this work.
Thank you.
So I think too, hearing some of what you said, Ms. Gallagher, is yes, the research, but also when we look today, he's starting to make recommendations also around areas that we can address for improvement. So not just collecting the data, but then I think, because I even heard you mention visiting schools who have similar demographics, but better outcomes in terms of behaviors, seeing what they're doing. So not just looking at our data, so not just data collection, but then also looking at recommendations for our practice. Is that?
Can I say something as well?
Yes.
Also,
Before you go, I do want to say I'd like for us to work you out of a job. Like, we don't have this problem anymore, so we don't need you to identify problems anymore.
Likewise.
Well, also, I'd like to say that Dr. Welch does sit on our discipline committee that meets every month. And it's comprised of principals as well as district staff. But we have some very challenging questions that he pushes our thinking. even as leaders. And what I will say qualitatively is that leaders are becoming more reflective in their own practices. And when you start to become more reflective in your practices, it's that scrub within you that wants to change what you've been doing. Because to say you've been doing what you've been doing and the data says that it's not working doesn't help me or the children. But when you say, wow, I wasn't doing it right last year, let me try something different, then I know we're moving in the right direction. And some of our leaders, particularly at schools with high discipline fractions, have had those transparent conversations in those meetings. And so then we have to say, now what? What is going to change at your school at Hillsman? And so those conversations are now pushing them to action. And so we are moving in the right direction.
I have just a couple of, one comment. But there was something you mentioned, Dr. Welch, and Dr. Wiley, I don't know if this is a question for you, but at one point targeting those schools with higher disproportionality. Currently, do our schools receive their data, their dispro data? Are they having regular conversations in their schools? I know we have the discipline committee, which I think is excellent because it sort of serves as a parallel process to sort of challenge some of that. In my mind, I'm wondering, how do we build capacity in our schools for this, for them to be able to look at their overall data, for them to be able to look at, things like, for instance, it's August, probably by October, we'll have an idea, right, based on that discipline report. People we might need to be doing some preventative work with, and we may have even had some information coming from that middle school discipline report. And so I'm wondering, do our schools have their dispro data? How are we building that capacity with them?
Right, and so the behavior specialists are the ones who focus heavily on that dispro data. According to the behavior specialists, they do review that with the principals. However, I've encouraged those principals that sit in our discipline team, they need to have that data up, ready, and you need to review it on a weekly basis. When it comes down to, for example, on PBIS, how are we using PBIS to really dig down, to become more preventative, to know where our hot spots are in terms of space, in terms of timing, so that you can prevent, and we don't have to wait until something happens. If I know that at 12 noon, every Friday, that's a problem, then I need to create a plan today. A plan should have been created over the summer to eradicate that going forward. You can't wait until it happens. So you have the data. Now how do we use the data to make a decision? And again, it's moving towards the action part, because we can look at data, but what is it telling us? What is it telling us in the strengths and the weaknesses and how we can plan to mitigate? Then also, how are our leaders cross-talking about students? So if elementary, you know that you have high-flying students, are you communicating with the middle school so that those people can, and how are our social workers communicating with the middle school social workers so that we can provide that wraparound service that doesn't just stop, it continues through the continuum of services till that child gets to 12th grade. And so those conversations and those teams are starting to happen. As you all remember, about 2 years ago, I developed that case consultation model. So what we did, we developed a backbone for that. So our teams are having that with students who are coming back from most restrictive placements, but now we're looking at shifting that model into students who are high flyers. So when a student comes back from OSS, then what happens next? What happens next is we need to have a team meeting. We don't wait till the next incident happens. We have a meeting, we come together, and we plan.
And one like related to that, insert a plug, and Ms. Gallagher is probably gonna like, because I'm like being a hypocrite right now, but this is related, I promise. So, diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? A few months ago, we talked about that as a position. My concern, so here's how that ties to now. Where my concern is that I know we have like guiding, we begin to build like sort of like a foundation of the direction that we're heading. Not just tonight, but we've received some pretty useful, like a snapshot that where you all, Dr. Welsh, outlined like, you know, the implications for policies, for personnel. It was one more P.
Programs.
And so, and 2009 to 2015, those are the only times I can speak to. Well, maybe some years before that too. These things were, some of these things were happening, right? When we talk about building capacity of leaders in schools and having conversations around disproportionate discipline practices. I guess my fear is that without, you know, some type of strategy, overall strategy of where we're going, using this information, and then someone to be able to see that work, right? Because I think sometimes there are limitations, and this is sort of related to what Dr. Maddox mentioned, right? If this is one area of student, like student supports, right, and then there's instructional services. Now, ideally, there's some overlap there, but there also has to be someone who is sort of driving that direction of diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout the organization, from colleagues and employees down to student outcomes. And so I just wonder, like, I guess my fear is that this sort of gets lost, right? Because this is really good work, and I'm biased. I'm very biased, so take what I say with a grain of salt. But it tends to like fall off the radar, or it falls off the radar if leadership changes or new crises in the community happen. It really falls off the radar. And it sort of becomes this thing, or as positions change, like I heard you mention that behavior support, not just behavior specialists, but school support professionals are critical. Well, even that, sort of shifts, right? How our behavior specialists are part of this, or how our social workers impact building climate and culture. And so I'm rambling. I guess my question to you is, how do we make sure that this doesn't continue to get lost? Because that impacts the outcomes that we're really trying to, it's a long process. I understand that. These disparities don't just change, and as Dr. Welsh mentioned, that we're talking about some deep-rooted things, right? So we're trying to improve what we can, but how do we make sure it doesn't get lost, like beyond board members change every 2 to 4 years, sometimes every 1 year, depends on what's going on. Leadership changes. How do we keep this focus and direction?
That's a deep question. There has to be, yeah, you can come in. There has to be and after reading through like research and just, Dr. Thomas knows, like we nerd out all the time over here. There has to be an entrenched commitment from everyone around equity. It is not attached to a person. It is just what we do. And I would say that not only here, but any school system, you can't toss that word out there and not follow up with training and disrupting systems and even hurting people's feelings, because that's the work. Because some of this has been maintained in our system to keep certain people in certain places, whether it's in Clark County, whether it's in Fulton County, wherever it is. And so if you want to disrupt a system, it's not going to be pretty. And it has to take all of us to do that. The board, the cabinet, and folks in the staff, and the principals, and those types of things. So it cannot just sit with one person. 1 or 2 people can lead the work, but everybody has to speak the same language and really believe in it. And it has to become a part of the organizational culture, not just rest and sit up and be on an agenda item. And so how do we get there, Dr. Gann? I don't know, but I think a lot of districts are struggling with that, because it tends to be certain people who champion that word, and certain people, when folks start to feel uncomfortable, then we want to shy away from it. But it's the real work, because what we know is that our brown children are not doing well in certain spaces. And what we also know is that that will impact their lives. And so until we're willing to have those types of conversations, then we're band-aiding it. And so yes, when someone else comes in, they don't pick up the torch. They don't go through the boxes of what other people have done before. They don't take the strategy and continue it on because they're not committed. And so we need to make sure that we're hiring people who are also committed to that work. You can have a degree, but if you're not committed to disrupting this system, then you have a degree. And that's it. But we have to be all on the same page around that work. And so that, in my mind, is where it needs to go. But the strategy around it can't get there until we change the mindsets of the people. And I mean the people who are in positions to make decisions about the people.
So just to, I guess, speak on that and to think out loud, wouldn't that happen with policy, right? Wouldn't we as a board set policy that guided whoever, the superintendent, to make sure that the changes that we learn from this research continue on despite who sits in that seat? I would think that would be where we would start as a board at the top to make sure that that does trickle down and carry down into our school system, regardless of who our super is.
I think so. I just think that the board itself hasn't done the work of exploring who we are as cultural beings and who we are as racial beings and what that means, how that influences how we show up, how we govern, the expectations that we have for outcomes and things like that. And so I think it's a both and. Of course, like operationally, that's, whoever is sitting in that seat. But as it relates to us, to me, this is delicate work and it's very uncomfortable work. And without a person or a governing even body having the conversation, I don't know how do we're grasping, right? Because we all have 9 different ideas of what equity may look like. But as far as how we operationally define that, how do we unify around what we think either equity or diversity or, you name it, multiculturalism, cultural competency, what that looks like. I think we have the policies, but I don't know that we've began that work collectively as a unit to be able to adequately inform that process and those policies.
Yes, I agree. I guess my question would be, how do we best make use of getting those definitions from the experts? Like, we have the people here to be able to give us guidelines for those operational definitions to set some type of tenor, because like you said, board membership changes every couple of years. So even if we start doing the work tonight, that's going to be disrupted when we have new board members join on. So I would want to kind of explore, how do we use the experts and the people who have degrees in knowledge and research and can help us define what those things are. How do we best use them while we have them so that we can start and get it done and then move forward? Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it will be Dr. Welsh or Dr. Watley or the disciplinary team or whoever it could be, but while we have these great brains here, being able to really utilize that.
I think perhaps it could be with some of our professional development, incorporating that, whether that's the team. We do have a section, a small introductory conversation on equity, or generally starting that conversation. But I think it's a both and, right? You have that information, but you also, with an organization, right, that doesn't take the place of us doing the work.
So may I suggest that we make this one of our agenda items for our retreat, if not this next one, the next one? Because again, I think we've kind of taken a little bit of a side trip here. And I have great passion about this subject, obviously, and so I'm going to not say more because I don't want to get into a bigger spiel. But it is a conversation that definitely is worth having so that we can come forward with a solution from this board and let the next board have to either, continue that policy or procedure or whatever, or change it. But I think it's unfair to ask for that solution at this moment based on a discipline study that is ongoing and continues to show us our somewhat improvement, but doesn't really tackle the thing that we're trying to do. However, the interventions that we have implemented have done a phenomenal job of turning that corner and creating that awareness. And I'm hearing that language from people in the community now, which gives me hope that some of the work is actually having a strong effect. I've seen the effect of the peer leadership groups and how those children are now so engaged and they bring so much to the table and they're so excited about being recognized for their talent. And so they're encouraged to do more. And then I see them write a letter, a simple page, as a middle schooler that breaks my heart because it's the writing of a third or fourth grader. And so these are grown-up kids and little kids' bodies, little kids' minds. And so that's the gap that we have got to tackle. And it really does begin with that equity equation and understanding who our children are and how do we address them. So thank you.
And so I want to clarify, I'm not asking Dr. Welsh or Dr. Watley to solve our problem. I was responding to Ms. Hall. Also, with the retreat, on the agenda that was sent out by Dr. Anderson, there was a section there that was on, I think it was just titled maybe Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, sort of like an introductory conversation. And so I do think it's on our radar, and us just figuring out how, as we begin that conversation, what does that mean then, for our governance team, and then how do we bring it forward? But it's been there. It was actually one of the things you recommended a couple of years ago when we did a needs assessment for trainings.
It's also one of our pillars of our strategic plan. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
So I'll probably share my 2 cents on that question, Dr. Gant. I think sustaining this type of work is very hard because we are disrupting systems that have been deeply entrenched. With that said, I think our approach has to be, and that's somewhat what we've been doing in the partnership, is to get from beyond individuals and get to the institution. And we can use champions to make those institutional changes in reference to what Dr. Watley said. So for example, I was very happy and proud of the work that we've been doing. When Dr. Watley entered the district, she told me she had gotten the report and had read it, and the first conversation we had was way more informed than me simply telling her what's happening. We got to different levels because you had a person who was committed, and we started to have this institutional knowledge. So this report will be available, and we're starting to build momentum. I think in the 5 or so years that I've been here, we've had different board members, but we've been able to somewhat sustain this conversation. So as the board think about what it can do in the future, institutionalize some of what we're trying to do. So for instance, we can have a state of school discipline presentation that is slated every year. And that would then keep the issue on the front burner. That's what we tried to do. The recommendation for the task force came from the partnership because we wanted to have an institutional way to keep school discipline on the front burner, as well as involving our school leaders in the work that we're doing. So we need to think how we develop structures and cultures beyond the individual. And that's very challenging and it takes time, but that is kind of what we're trying to do with the partnership. So if there's a change in board members, there's a change in district leaders, we will have a body of work. And hopefully we'll start to change the structures that produce some of these disparities so they'll have a bigger platform on which to leap off from.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is 8:59, so 9 o'clock, and we still have several more items, but I think they may not take as long, but we're going to take a break, a 10-minute break. We will start back at 9:10. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get back started. All right, we are going to resume with item 8. This is our financial report. Dr. Thomas and Mr. Schooneman.
Yes, Mr. Schooneman will present our financials for the month.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Before we get into the financials, I did send Lisa the FY21 audited financial statements. I think it's uploaded to Simply, so you all have access to it. It's also published on the Georgia Department of Audit's website. So you can go out there and you can pull down historical financials all the way back to, I think, 2008. Those financial statements, just looking at them, it's 83 pages of financial information. You've got 2 sets of distinct financial reports. They're on different accounting principles. You've got to reconcile the 2. You've got all these other schedules that are, you know, what were your federal awards? What was your state awards? How much do you spend on TRS? All of your other different liabilities. Overall, it's 83 pages of financial information. When they come in an audit, they are doing a lot of it behind the scenes, but then I always ask Caleb, how many hours did you guys spend on the audit? 800 plus man hours. And so they had a team of 3, so that means 7 full weeks was dedicated just to auditing our financial statements and our practices here at CCSD. And if I recall correctly, they had 0 adjustments. Okay, so getting into our financial statements, we are covering through May. Now it is August 4th, so not only do we know, what's happened in May, but we have a pretty good picture of the following month at the end of the year. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these financials as of May, and then once we're done, if you got any questions, let me know. But if not, I'm going to flip right back to the beginning and kind of say, hey, preliminarily, this is where we are for the end of June. So as of May, our revenues were sitting at 90.56%, and at the end of the year, I was going to anticipate bringing in an additional $1.8 million in revenue, so overall looking pretty good with revenues, bringing in more than budgeted. Expenses were spending less than we anticipated. As of May, I anticipated spending $6.3 million less than the budget. We're sitting at spending 81.3% of the budget compared to 76.7% the prior year, but overall spending less than we anticipated. Both our fund balance and our cash are above where they were last year, and that's again just due to the strong revenues and less than anticipated expenditures. And then our projection for our fund balance at the end of the year, if you're looking at what we have budgeted, that's that blue line right there. And we anticipated having more expenses than revenue by $6.1 million. So that means out of our bank account, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, we'd have $6.1 million less. Based off of what's actually transpired, we're looking at adding at least $2 million to the fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. So before I move on to preliminary, does anyone have any questions as of May? Okay, so I'm just going to flip back here to the revenues. I ran the report right before I came up here, just looking at what's been booked so far through today, and we've received 101.4% of our revenues, so well beyond what we had budgeted for revenues. As of May, I was thinking it was going to be around $1.8 million more. It's going to be closer to $2.4 or $2.5 million more. For our expenses, as of May, I was looking at least $6.3 million less than what was budgeted we're actually spending. As of the end of the year, we have the vast majority of all expenses booked. We're looking at roughly $10 million. So that's quite a swing from 6.3 up to $10 million. This was the first year that we only had 1 month of salary and benefit accruals going back to the prior period. But once again, you're looking at more revenues than we budgeted, and then we're underspending our budget quite a bit. And so you add those two together, our fund balance projection, instead of increasing $2 million, we're looking at it increasing probably between $6.5 to $7 million. So these are just really preliminary figures, but most things are booked as of now. It's just not set in stone yet. So any questions before I move on? Yes, ma'am.
Why are we underspending so much? Is that the positions, the open positions?
90% of our budget is for salary and benefits. So the only way that you're going to have this type of savings accumulated throughout the year are salary and benefit savings. One of the questions I had during the break is, am I going to come back to you with some sort of analysis or recap of the year to say, hey, this is where we overspent or underspent, and I'll definitely do that in October.
So I don't know when we start thinking about what to do with that increase for fund balance that's beyond our schedule limit that we wanted to maintain, but I would like for us to consider moving toward funding the unfunded initiatives that we've already approved with those balances. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We do have the supplemental reports available for you to review as well. There's the Senate Bill 68 report that has all of the funds, just the revenues and expenditures as of May 2022. Board member travel, as of May, it was $1,581 of an $18,000 budget. Our attorney's expenses that we had budgeted for the year, we had $223,000 earmarked. We spent so far $130,000 of that. I also have the significant invoices over $10,000 for you to review. And then also that CARES and ART budget dashboard is updated through May.
I got one. So the attorney, is that the fiscal year or calendar year?
Fiscal year.
Okay. Oh, I got my art question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay now okay to ask? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the ARPA funded positions, will those be able to continue to be funded based on any projections from the budget, or are we expected to end those at that 3-year mark?
Right now, we've got 2 more years of funding for all of those ARP positions. I know we have 2 flex positions that are allocated to all the schools. We have other positions that we funded at the central office. I can't say definitively whether or not those positions will be extended and picked up by the general fund. All I can say is we'll have to operate year by year and look at the budget and make those decisions once we know what the needs are and what our resources are going to be.
Okay, that triggered another question.
Okay.
The new salary scale that's already gone into effect, that's fiscal year 22, 23?
It's fiscal year 23.
23, excellent. So can we get a scatter plot of the salaries across the board for 22 so that we'll have something to compare that to in 23?
So would you like just a comparison of the salary schedules from year to year? Or what do you mean by
I want to see the difference in the two. The old, what did it look like when plotted for the old salaries and now with the new salary chart? I'd actually really like an explanation of more of that, but to start being able to see the trends and what the salaries are doing.
Okay. I think Selena and I can work on that together.
Great, thank you. Because we have this refresh of the salary schedule, I just want to compare that last year of the old way, and then going forward, I'd like to see it year over year to see where things are falling. Thank you, and that will be by ethnicity. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Thomas, that's all that I have to share.
Thank you, Mr. Schuneman.
I have a money question, but it's not for Mr. Schuneman, it's for Mr. Gaskins. The CCSD Connect, where are we with that, and how's that going, if it's going?
So it is going. We have, I don't have the exact information in front of me, but we can definitely share it in the board update tomorrow. We have awarded several of our community partners as well as other partners with funds that they are starting this year.
And the next round of RFPs opens in September. Because I checked on that with Ms. Elder. I just drew a blank, and who else I asked, but they open up next month.
And I actually meet with Dr.
Ms.
Elder
Washington.
in the morning, so we can make sure we have a detailed update for the board.
Okay, a detailed, it'll be in the report tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move forward. And these are our policies, updates. We have 3, I think, that we are discussing tonight and getting updates on.
Yes, good evening. So just a quick update, the ad hoc committee, we have been in communication about setting up a time. So as soon as we have a time, we would go ahead and meet. Mr. Pruitt and I have reviewed those first 5 policies that were identified. We'll continue to work on the next 5 oldest policies so that we are ready to get through as many as we can when we get together. I heard about unstructured break time, a question about that particular policy and the new law that it went into effect. That is one that is on the list for the ad hoc policy. It's actually in the next round. It was last reviewed in 2013. So we'll go ahead and get to reviewing that to note we are in compliance with the law as it is now. I also looked briefly into board time limits in terms of the discussion that was brought up at the last meeting. This would likely go under the board policy BC board meetings. There is a section in there already about meeting procedures and a sentence around keeping the board meetings orderly, but also informal for free discussion. So in the board update tomorrow, some questions that I have about how to frame and think about how to revise that policy or bring a proposal about time limits and discussion at board meetings. So that then does bring me to the 3 policies that are on the agenda, and that would be on the agenda next week if you want to move them forward. So the first one is the equity policy. This was put out for public comment. None was received. There was some discussion at the meeting about whether there was a need to add the word designee in here after all of the superintendents, and Mr. Pruitt indicated that that is not necessary. So that is the one. Then there is the divisive comments complaint resolution. I have printed out all of the public comments that were received. It's front and back. And so you can see what the public said about that policy. We did attend a webinar earlier this week. The presenter did not specifically address the questions about a panel being used to evaluate the complaint. And there were also reminders about making sure that if this policy were to pass, that there would be need to be some training around what it means for principals and teachers. Though they didn't cover too many details on that. And then the last one is the board officers. And I had that in the open work flow from January. The changes were last discussed then, and I don't think they were ever voted on. No public comment was received. So that one's a holdover.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up discussion, questions? Let's start with the equity board policy, BAC. Any additional comments?
I think I mentioned this at a previous meeting, but I didn't follow up in sending it out, so I apologize for that. In the first part where it talks about curriculum content, and then the very last part saying ascertaining whether or not supplemental materials, singly or taken as a whole, fairly depict the contribution of both genders, various races, ethnic groups, etc. I think saying that, I think specifying both genders goes against the spirit of the equity policy. And I wonder if we even need that last part, ascertaining whether or not supplemental materials, because it talks about shall review current and proposed courses of study and textbooks. So I would think that the supplemental materials would fall underneath this proposed courses of study. And then sort of related to that, and I don't have any other specific examples, but I just want to be careful that in delineating a lot of groups that we're not neglecting any other groups.
I'm sorry, where in the policy are you?
The first part was under A, curriculum content.
A, okay, I got that part.
And then the other, I didn't have a specific spot, but for example, in C, not segregated on the basis of sex, race, color, ethnic or national origin, religion, marital status, disability, age, political beliefs. And it continues to go on, and there are so many examples that I just want to be sure that we're not omitting any. Because by giving so many, it makes it seem exhaustive.
Is that last statement in C meant to be inclusive? The board may establish and maintain a single gender, was the one before that, sorry about that, that actually talks about federal and state laws, regulations. Would that work both ways?
I mean, this was just a example of.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know specifically that that part of it. I was just saying, if we give so many examples of things that we can't segregate by, I just want to make sure that we're not missing anything or making it seem like it's only these things if we might have forgotten something else.
And we repeat that same string over and over again in each of the paragraphs, which seems a little unnecessary, but maybe not.
And so, Dr. Dykeman, are you recommending like specific changes around that? And if so, is there?
I don't have a specific change. I don't know where, whether these categories came from something else or a law or, I don't know. So if they did come from somewhere that has already, that, you know, is already established, then I guess it's fine. I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay. Ms. Davis, and did you have your microphone is on. Do you have a question or comment?
No, I'm good.
Ms. Hall? Oh, okay. All right. Additional comments about the equity policy? All right.
So with
Sorry,
respect to.
I do have one.
Oh, go ahead.
I would strike out the word both. That makes sense, Kara. I think that makes a whole lot of sense in terms of both genders because they're not just two. So I think making that revision, crossing out that word would be appropriate.
And I was going to ask, take out the both or take out all the part about the supplemental materials after ascertaining, from ascertaining on?
I'm only proposing to take out the word both, but my other colleagues may have other suggestions.
All right. Hearing none, I think that would be it. And so next week, that means we would take action on on the equity policy. And we'll move forward to our next policy here. And that is policy, is that IKBB, the Divisive Concepts Policy?
Yes.
Any follow-up or new conversation or thoughts maybe even, or something we need to revisit? Dr. Dykeman?
Well, I wasn't here last time, but I did watch the discussion, and then I looked up the law because I thought that what we were able to do in the policy was come up with a complaint procedure, but it doesn't seem like we are, because it's already in the law. The prescription for how the complaint procedure and resolution is done is already in the law. So I guess my question for Mr. Pruitt is, well, one, I guess I'm not sure why there needs to be a policy if it just has to say exactly what the law says.
Short answer, because subsection E of the new statute says all local boards shall adopt a policy that contains the following.
Okay. So we all have to adopt a policy, but we all have to adopt the same policy, essentially.
If you deviated, it would still have to contain those elements, and it couldn't contain anything that is contrary to those elements. And it's so detailed, it's hard to imagine what you could add that wouldn't conflict with something that's there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think the only way you could deviate from it and still follow the law would make it more restrictive, right? So if instead of 5 days, you'd say, well, we want it to be within 3 days, because that would be still following the law, and it would be a deviation in in the policy.
Okay. And so if we did not adopt a policy for this, because it's a law, even if we technically didn't have this in our policy manual, we would still have to abide by what it says in the law.
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay.
So I did jump on that call that Phil Hartley had with and they talked about this a good bit. And so my takeaway from that call was the law says do this, and then I followed up on one of these publications that I get frequently, and it talked about one state, maybe Iowa, if I'm not mistaken, that had a similar kind of law, and I might, don't quote me on which city it was, but the board that refused to adopt it by August 1 was censored by the State Department of Education. That was the penalty for not adopting in another state.
All right. Any additional comments before we move to our next policy? Ms. Hall?
I guess my only
Ms. Hall and then
comment.
Dr. Yeager.
Sorry. I guess my only comment would be just remembering that things can be laws and not be moral, right, appropriate. So I'll leave it at that.
Can you restate that a little bit louder?
So I said just keeping in mind as we vote on these things and discuss them, things can be laws. Things can be voted and turned into laws that are not always moral, right, or conducive for the environment that we're trying to set.
Thank you. Dr. Yeager?
I was just going to suggest that since, as Dr. Dykeman has pointed out, all of the guidelines are in the law itself, we just need to pass a policy with a single sentence that refers to the law. Would that work?
Actually not, because that code says you have to have a policy that contains all of this. So you have to recite what they've told you to recite.
So just the part of the policy, though, that has
that's technically,
process.
that's technically true. The model that GSBA put out, and since our last meeting, the State Department has finally put their model policy out, and it's pretty much identical. They both have verbatim the entire statute just because that section alone uses all these terms that are defined in other parts of the statute, and it wouldn't make much sense just sitting there by itself.
Try and get to the least common denominator. Are we in a situation where we either do the policy and follow the law, or stage our protests by not doing a policy and take the consequences, whatever they may be? Is that where we are?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes,
The
that's
person who
right.
would come and get me out of jail.
Well, I'm not sure I can.
Somebody's got to.
Yeah, because I've been asked the question, what are the possible consequences? The most obvious one would be a mandamus suit. Mandamus is a type of lawsuit that a state agency or any citizen could potentially file, saying that these elected officials have a clear legal duty to do this. They've refused. We need the court to order them to do it. If the court issues that order and you still refuse to obey it, then you're in contempt of court. And you know probably from TV what the possible ramifications of that are. Potentially, the statute doesn't reference any specific enforcement mechanisms. A lot of state grants and funding do recite that you have to be in compliance generally with the laws of the state to be eligible for that funding. So I would speculate that withholding of funding could be something the State Department of Education could do to enforce. But again, I think your statement's accurate. The consequences, whatever they are.
I didn't understand your last statement, I'm sorry.
I said you are accurate. It's either adopt it or face the consequences if and whatever they are.
Well, I think it sucks. I know the way that I voted, but I went home and really, I'll be honest, I really wasn't prepared to vote on it the last time. So as I do sometimes, it's life with me right now. I had to go home and I was like, I shouldn't have voted that way. And I just, I mean, I know it is, what it is, but I feel deeply like we're just moving backwards, in time. And we're placed in a position where you may not get a grant, you may not get, you might get sued, or you may not. And I'm struggling that, is this, worth the fight? Because on the other side of it is, our educators. We're telling them to do what? I mean, it's not clear. The facts is what it is. The facts are what they are. So what are we telling our educators to teach in their classrooms? We can't sugar up. We can't. It is what it is. And it just shows where our state is. And I'm sick of it. 'Cause that's just only one of many things. But it shows where we are. Now I just pray for mercy on us, because to me, that in itself is nothing but racism. And that's the way I feel about it.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
I think it's beyond a lot like Dr. Maddox is saying. While it has a very bad taste in its mouth, the takeaway that I got from that conversation was, this does not prevent teachers from teaching anything about Black history, about anything. The racially divisive part of this is about a teacher pretty much inserting their personal opinion or inserting their personal views. They can teach history as history is, and that's the whole truth. But they cannot insert their personal views. It's what I read and what I understood from the conversation that I listened to the other day. And then Phil, by the way, Phil wasn't there. He had a loss in a family emergency. But the recording is available. So it would be very worthwhile to listen to how GSBA explained this to the Superintendent's Association on that call. So I didn't walk away feeling afraid to pass a law or to have a policy for fear of it causing any hardship on our teachers. I walked away with a sense of urgency that the board be in compliance with the law so as not to create a vulnerability to our ability to govern according to the law. And so that's where I err on the side of having a policy.
Well, my issue is that teachers will be confused, and how can they teach in fear? Am I saying the right thing, or maybe I shouldn't say it like that? Or you have those children who come in, because we have those and we have parents. We just got to be real about this thing. Oh, my teacher is racist. Oh, that's adverse discrimination, because it's not even clear how they're supposed to present this history. So I just agree to disagree with you on that. I just think it's not clear enough. And to me, when I first read it, to be honest, I felt like, oh, well, this is what should be done. This is how it's done anyway. But then I had to go home and really look. I haven't talked to anybody. That was me. I'm like, wait a minute, this is not sitting right with me. And it really has disturbed me, because it truly could cause some issues for our teachers emotionally, mentally, them just trying to present what is true and what is accurate. There's no way to twist it, but we want to twist it, and then I just can't even sit here and think about my own ancestors. What if they had just said, oh yeah, well, I'll just go ahead and just go with what the law says? If some hadn't drank out of water fountains, if some hadn't voted when they were being killed, when they were being harmed, if they hadn't took steps forward, knowing that, yeah, maybe there's going to be some issues, there's going to be some consequences right now, but maybe one day. And now to see that really all of that is just looks like it's going backwards with this mess right here. I can't go for that. So I'm done, Dr. Gant.
Well,
I'm not going to say anything else.
This is not the counterpoint what you're saying, but as I'm sitting here listening, I'm remembering other parts of the conversation. The other part of the conversation with the superintendent is that this law takes the superintendent out of the hierarchy for determining responsibility here. It goes straight from the principal to the board and then to the state. And so the superintendent doesn't have a role in having to read the literature and read the curriculum. That was some of the things that we heard earlier. So I think, like I said, I think it's probably worthwhile to listen to see if you get the same message that I got in listening to them talk about it to the superintendents. So that's the fundamental change. By putting the board in a position of reviewing curriculum, that means we would have to read anything that comes to us as an appeal or as an accusation, and it puts us straight into the into administration and out of governance. And so that was the real concern that I heard from the other lawyers on the staff, is they were saying this starts to fundamentally change the role of the board. And so while we've always been punished for getting involved in operations, this absolutely throws that door wide open. And once that door is open, then I'm concerned about other things that can creep in to, again, start flipping the responsibility of the board from a governance standpoint more to an operations, which is where we should not be. And it confuses our role even more. I don't have any more memories.
I think, so we'll definitely, we'll take action just to give, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time saying what I said last week, but just so I'll have some perspective. Probably it's highly likely I won't be supporting this. I believe that its foundation is incorrect, and I think it conflates discrimination and discomfort. And because you're uncomfortable about talking about racism, that does not mean that it is any type of reverse racism or discrimination. And I also think, majority of A through I really talks about what was done to our ancestors. So this would have been great, you know, over 400 years ago and leading up to the things that have happened. And so I'm not trying to, you know, recruit or persuade, but I, you know, want to minimize our conversation next week and just take action.
I echo that. I'm not sure why your mic got cut off, but just picking up so there's no dead space. I echo everything that you just said, Dr. Gant, and I think it's incumbent upon us to also remember that this is very political. The State Board of Education is appointed by the governor, and so there is some political undertone to these things, and I don't think that that's in the best interest of our children. And I am not the school board attorney. We have an amazing firm that does that, but just my understanding of what our role is statutorily as a board, I don't feel strongly that what has been done will continue to stand up and hold up to be the law. I'm waiting for the challenge on it. So I will not be supporting this policy either.
Any additional questions before we move to our board policy BBA? Any other questions about IKBB? All right, we'll move forward to policy BBA, board officers. And I think, Ms. Bones, you mentioned that this one was from earlier, probably earlier in the year.
Yes, I think it was in January. And so those are the changes you can see there, but it's still in the draft form, so.
All right. Any additional questions, comments, or Ms. Davis?
I just have one question, or actually one request, and that is that when we talk about the ballots being passed to the president, I would like for that to be changed to the parliamentarian. So
Where is that at again, Ms. Davis?
The ballots, I think it says, where does it say that it's not a secret ballot? Let me see if I can find it again. Under the election part of it, maybe.
Also
under
under
nominations will be
nominations.
made by the first meeting, typically whatever, each board member present the nominate, and nominations shall be made to the presiding officer. The presiding officer, his or her designee, shall then immediately announce the name of each person nominated for president. I would like for that to be someone not a member of the board, and let it go to our parliamentarian. Just to maintain neutrality.
Ms. Davis, if I can jump in, you make a good point. I think the intent of these changes was to do away with the written ballots altogether and go back to the normal Roberts rules, you know, doing it by voice, by voice nomination. But you're right, that language is still in there about the president reading the nomination, which is inconsistent with that. So I think we either didn't take out enough or took out too much. It's conflicting at the moment.
I just want anything to bypass the board and let it go to a neutral person. And that's all. And if that was supposed to come out, then I'm fine with that, because that means it's an oral vote, right? Okay. And if it's not an oral vote, then it should definitely not go into the hands of anybody on the board.
Thank you. I'll clean that up and then note any changes that get made.
That would be great.
I was going to see if this one could go to the consent agenda, but if I'll make changes, I'll just note them and then briefly explain them. I got the sense the other two should stay off the consent agenda.
It won't take long to vote on it.
All right, thank y'all.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move forward with personnel recommendations under The personnel recommendations, we have the personnel board report as well as the job description, which is item 2. Dr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Gant, it would be my recommendation that the personnel report and the job description would be placed for consent next week, or for vote next week.
All right, are there any general questions? All right, we'll move forward to our consent agenda discussion, which is item 11. Item 1, board minutes. Do you want to remove or keep on consent? All right, the Elevate K-12.
And I'll just give a brief, not clarity, but information on that. That is for positions that we have been unable to fill this school year, and right now it is around Spanish at Bernie Harris Lyons, is that correct? But this would also allow if we have other vacancies that come up during the year, so this will allow students to take that course with a teacher online. So when we have classes like that, that we need an instructor for and have not been able to fill, Elevate will help to provide instruction for our students.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any data on how well or not this worked last year when we used it, and the year before?
So we used a different, I think, program last year, and this is part of the reason we're looking to change. Go ahead, Dr. Blankenship.
Yes, we used a different program last year, a different partner last year, but we have used Elevate K-12 in the past and used it for this exact position, not at Bernie Harris, but at other middle schools. It is live streamed instruction with a certified teacher.
So how is this different from, why do we switch, and how is this different?
It is not different, but it is better service, quite frankly, than we received last year.
And it costs the same amount?
I didn't compare this with the company that we used last year, but it is comparable. So I'm not prepared to tell you that it's more or less, but it is comparably priced.
And then how many students will we have enrolled in these virtual classrooms, teachers?
So at Bernie Harris Lyons, they have 2 Spanish positions. They have one, they've been able to fill one position, but the other one has remained unfilled. And so it would be a 6 sections of students. So I don't know exactly how many students are in each section that are assigned to those right now, but probably on average, I would say anywhere from 18 to 24 students are usually in a section of Spanish.
Okay, last question. Do these virtual classes, will any of them help students count towards high school credit with the virtual classes?
I would need to ask Dr. Clark, who has the high school Spanish sections. I believe, let me ask and find out, and I'll put that in the board update tomorrow.
Thank you.
I have questions. So with the Elevate K-12, would that only be used to fulfill a Spanish vacancy, or could that be for any type of subject?
It can be for any subject, but right now we're only looking at it to fill that one Spanish position.
And will the live streaming, will that be something that the students can ask questions of the teacher, or is that just to stream one way?
No, it is interactive, and there's also a paraprofessional assigned to the classroom, just as we've done in the past, to help support, manage the class, make sure that the students are attended to in person as well.
Thank you.
All right, so do we want to have this, we want to remove this from consent? Is that what I'm sensing? I see one yes, so.
No, can we get that other information first? Thank you.
What? Yes, so we need to remove it from consent, is that, yep. Mhm. Okay, so we're removing item 2 from consent. Item 3 is the field trips. Okay, I'm seeing some heads nod, so we'll keep that on consent. Number 4 is our Head Start, early Head Start budget amendment. Yes.
Consent.
Consent, okay.
I'm sorry, did somebody have an objection?
No, I just
Alright.
said consent.
And then, item 5,
Consent.
all right.
What, didn't we buy
I
a
don't have
bus
to read
last year
that.
too, 3 of them? What's, I didn't get a
Miss-
chance to read through everything. What's this one for?
Can you come to the mic?
The buses are to allow or help us, support us with transporting families like in our home-based program to group socials and events, but it's also to help us transport students to and from program activities. And it just supports the school district's buses in being able to provide those additional services. With us splitting to both sides of town, it requires more buses to keep us in the events that we participate in for part of our programming.
So we maximize the use in the 3 buses that we recently purchased?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so do we want to keep this on consent? Okay. Moving forward, the Teach Town, this is the special education adaptive curriculum resources.
I don't understand this.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Got it. Okay, okay, we're looking, some of us are looking at the paper.
It was now item 6, but it's approved Teach Town, the special education adaptive curriculum resources.
I don't understand that one. I mean, I understand what I'm reading, but is that, who is this for?
So we have students in our adaptive programs that have mild to moderate disabilities. So it would be for the students and for the teachers. So it includes novels, it includes workbooks, it includes some digital materials that the teachers can use to prepare for their lessons and students can use independently when working in the classroom.
So was this already in the budget?
It was not in our general budget, and the funding will come from our special ed grant budget. So it's grant, it will be grant funded.
Thank you, that helps.
Mr. Gaskins, I think you had this in a board update, right?
I did.
And I don't know if I remember reading it there or it was a conversation we had, but before, I think I read or maybe heard that these teachers, they had to sort of create their own curriculum, right?
Right, so our teachers were adapting the general ed curriculum to meet the level of those students, to meet the reading level, the access level of those students. Teach Town, which we've used in the past, has created more resources so teachers can use. So now teachers won't have to do all of that heavy prep that they were doing in the past because these materials are ready-made for them. And then there are a lot of books, especially at the high school level, like Romeo and Juliet and To Kill a Mockingbird and all of those classics that have been adapted to the reading level of the students. So they have high interest reading materials, but at their reading levels.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be, I think this is very important, and I think I may have mentioned, but I'm getting conversations mixed up. I think it will also be helpful, not next week, but like at some point, if the board agreed, maybe for us to have an idea of special education services and what, I know that they really have a significant budget and they're, sort of a program in and of itself. But just want to be sure that we're understanding the philosophy of special education in our district and where we're going and like what is needed, what additional resources are needed. Because when I read that, I was like, oh my goodness. So people, it's already like working with, perhaps, in a situation where more attention is needed and just additional resources, and for teachers to have to, do that heavy lifting, it's, I wouldn't think, I haven't spoken to any, but it didn't seem ideal.
I'd like to be invited to that To Kill a Mockingbird one, but okay. All right, I understand.
So is there a component that teaches or that provides educational support for teachers so that we're maximizing the use of this? I know with a lot of programs and services, we haven't done a very good job of making sure that teachers fully understand how to maximize the use of resources.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
will that be done?
Yes, so we actually had a training prior to adding this timeline. So we were trying to make sure that if this was approved, that we would train our teachers on the district day, which we did, which was July 29th. So they had an opportunity to preview the materials that will be included in this bundle, as well as to know how to use them effectively. And then our executive director of special ed, she has time with the coordinators to revisit training to make sure that we're using specifically these materials and how it aligns to the IEP goals of our students.
Were they excited?
I was not at the training, but I would imagine they would have been very excited because, as Dr. Gant mentioned, it is very, very time-consuming to create materials for students in general, but our special education teachers specifically, they have a heavier lift because they're also writing IEPs, they're writing behavior plans, they're setting goals for students, they're taking progress goals for those students to make sure they meet their IEP goals. So in all of that and creating lesson plans, it is a big lift for our teachers.
Excellent. Thank you.
I got one more. So is this already in a shopping cart, or did we already get it and then we're just reimbursing it?
We have not purchased it yet, so we're waiting for approval. And once we approve it, we've used some materials in the past that we've already purchased that we're continuing to use, but we have not purchased the bundle of all of these additional materials until it's approved.
And then how long is the rollout after it gets approved?
I am not sure how, you mean when the
Like
materials will
from
arrive?
the time you push purchase?
So we will probably be able to get some of the digital materials quickly. It will probably take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks for some of the print materials, which is comparable to a lot of the things that we order for our district. It takes about 4 to 6 weeks once we are approved to buy it.
Okay, and then how long is our membership, our purchase? How long does that last? How
So-
long does it need to be renewed?
Great question. This is not a adoption, so we're using it this 1 year to make sure that this is something that we want to use. And then if we decide to use it permanently, we usually do anywhere from a 3 to 5 year resource adoption.
Okay, and then what are you monitoring over this 1 year to make sure this is something that will go into a 3 to 5 year adoption?
Great question. So definitely feedback from our teachers, which is that qualitative data, and then looking at our students' academic IEP goals to see if we are improving our students.
Okay, thank you.
And the cost?
The cost is not to exceed $260,000.
Thank you. And that's all out of one grant? You're using the whole grant on that or just a piece of the grant?
Just a piece of the grant.
Just one question. Will this material be used for students that only have IEPs or students who are like Tier 1 or Tier 2 RTI data or?
This material is most appropriate for those adaptive students.
Okay.
So these are students that are not in Tier 1 or 2, it's actually Tier 4. They're already receiving services.
All right, do we want to keep this on consent or remove it?
I say consent.
All right, it's on consent. The air filter service contract,
Yes, and Dr. Gant, thank you, Dr. Yeager, for presenting us with questions about that earlier today. I did speak to Mr. Bailey, who is also here, and the question presented from Dr. Yeager was around that one of the three companies that submitted it was local and wanted to know about looking at local preference. When they did the rubric scoring, they did give the 5 points to for being a local vendor. There was a $40,000 price difference, which you alluded to in your email. So the lowest company was $152,000-ish, and then the next closest was not $191,900. So there was about a $40,000 difference. So the kind of deciding factor, and I'm looking to Mr. Bailey if I'm erring in this, but was the $40,000 or so difference in price. But the 5 points were given for being a local company when they did the scoring of the rubric. And he said he kind of struggled with that as well, just looking and wanting, you know, as much as possible to do local, but then also trying to be responsible from a financial perspective. And
were you able to answer the part about how is this firm from Alabama is new to the procurement process, or have they been providing us?
They have not been providing, and actually the reason we're having to go, if I'm correct again, I had asked this earlier, the reason we were having to go with a different company is because the company who we had used is no longer able to provide that service. That's correct, right? And so it's kind of like your home air conditioned service that most of us do. You do a annual air condition and an annual heating. We had a company that we had been using for a number of years, and they are no longer able to do that, which is what led to the RFP process to identify another company who could come in. And this is different than like our ionization HEPA filters, because someone did ask that question earlier. That's totally different. This is your standard huge air filters that, and I say huge for us because of in a school system, those units are really big. That's very different than our ionization process. This is just your standard filters, and coils and that type of thing that go into maintaining your regular HVAC systems. So this is a new company.
I never would have looked this closely at this, but I think the but the question of the local versus one from Alabama, I think was a good one in terms of like the local economy, but also as I looked more into what the company would be doing for us, they will perform filter changes 4 times a year for every building. And so I just wondered whether having somebody, and then just, I guess, whatever else happens across the year, just having somebody local, I didn't know if that would be, for this particular item, would be easier, more efficient.
Accessibility when there are
just
routine
quicker
things
or,
and
yeah.
needs, I guess is what they're.
So anyway,
Yeah.
that was just my thought.
They do have local technicians, and also I would like to note, I'm really booming in here, that the warehouse is also located here in Athens.
For the Alabama?
Yes, it's here in Athens, their warehouse. It's just that it's incorporated originally out of Alabama.
That's good additional information. So it's kind of like a headquarters is there, but they have a subsidiary that works out of Athens.
Yes, and
Their main warehouse. And they actually, is that someone manufactures, they manufacture the filters themselves, so.
That's good to know. Internships over there? No. Right.
That is good additional information. So even though they're headquarters, they do, okay.
All right, are we keeping this on consent or removing it from consent? Okay, all right, so it stays on consent. 8, which is our intergovernmental agreement at Foothills, and I think this is something that we do yearly, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, we have a annual agreement with them. Foothills pays us an annual rental fee for our facilities that they use in the back of the H.T. Edwards, or on the H.T. Edwards campus, in the same building where our Classic City students are served.
So I read some things in this that, you know, I know they've been there for a while. I have, but somehow this time, maybe I'm super sensitive, but I read some things that made me wonder about this agreement and who we are. So it's just the facility uses all we're paying, is what this is about, only facility use?
This is also about the governance and operation of the schools. So no, this is not just about their facilities use. This is the agreement about our interaction and working with them as an institution and serving our students.
For whatever reason, I missed that part before. So I knew that they were kind of co-located with us, and that's that's the term I'm using. But are we actually referring students to Foothills?
Do we refer students?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, and we have, we have some students who go there in the evenings, but also go to our campuses during the day. We have students that go to them in the summer, so they do provide a credit recovery option for our students, because our Classic City, Mr. Gaskins, please correct me if I'm wrong, is not just about a credit recovery facility. It is a school that provides opportunities for students in a different learning environment. Foothills provides students with a credit recovery option and a way to, many students who have dropped out of our public schools go to Foothills as an alternative to complete their education.
And I would add that students at Clark Central High School as well as Cedar can still remain enrolled as full-time students at our comprehensive high schools and just take the courses that they need compared to Classic City, where they would be fully enrolled as a student.
Right. So it benefits students that may want to do JROTC or basketball or football or cheer or other programs. They're able to stay at their home school, but then take those recovery courses through Foothills.
So it's a requirement that they have to be in one of those type of programs in order to stay at their home schools. I remember enrolling one of my mentees, I believe, in Foothills. I'm pretty sure it was Foothills or Classic City, I can't remember now. At any rate, she didn't have enough credits to graduate. She wasn't going to have enough to graduate, and so she was on her way to dropping out, but we were able to get her enrolled. Which one was Kelly Gertz at? Foothills?
Classic City.
Classic City. So, yeah, we took her to Classic City. And so, yeah, that she had to withdraw from Clark Central to go to
Right,
Classic
that's not,
City.
Foothills is not, that we have students that are in both. We have students who are full day at Clark Central or Cedar Shoals, and then they go to Foothills in the evenings. And like I said, we also have students that take advantage of their summer options as well.
So they can get things at Foothills that they can't get at their regular schools?
No, that's not necessarily. They're able to do credit recovery simultaneously at Foothills that you would not have academic space in the day to take if you were taking a full load at your traditional high schools.
So Foothills is a state charter school. That's different from a private school. Is that right? A private charter school?
Right. This is a state program, and all of our, well, not just even outreach, so they have programs across the state where students, but they work collaboratively with home high schools. So this is not, it is state chartered, yes. I guess that's the.
I just stay confused now because I'm trying to just sort out, you know, what the choices are for our high school kids, right? And there are a lot, including the Career Academy and all of this. And so I'm just trying to see the difference between the Career Academy,
and that's very
Foothills, Classic City, and their traditional schools. So
those are very different. So Career Academy is an opportunity for students to take career pathways. That has nothing to do with credit recovery. Our students can do dual enrollment through Career Academy. They can do career pathways, career technical, agriculture education pathways. They can do teaching as a profession, cosmetology, welding. That is completely different. Foothills is a credit recovery program. Classic City is a high school that students would have to withdraw from Clark Central or Cedar Shoals, and it was designed as an alternative education model for students who the traditional high school model does not work for them, i.e. being around 1,600 students, they do much better in a smaller setting, but it is not designed to be for credit recovery. We do have students there who are credit deficient, but we also have that in our traditional high schools as well. Foothills is designed as a means for those who either are still in a traditional high school to receive credits that they are deficient in, but they also support students who are no longer enrolled in a traditional high school and have dropped out, and serves as a way for students and adults. I mean, we have adults, we've had 70-year-old individuals that I know of who have gone back to Foothills and taken classes so that they're able to receive a high school diploma. Does that help any?
Oh, goodness, yes, that helps a lot. I'd love to actually have a presentation someday from Foothills to tell us more about their program.
It is an excellent opportunity for those who really need credit recovery, and again, it can work parallel with the traditional high schools, and it keeps students who want to participate in activities at their home schools from having to withdraw from their home schools, but also be able to recover credits so that they're able to graduate on time. But you can also graduate from Foothills, but you can take credits at Foothills and graduate from your home high school as well.
All right, thank you. Do we want to keep this on the consent agenda, or?
Nope.
Yes? No? Okay.
Separate vote.
Can you pull it off? All right, and so that concludes our consent agenda. Ms. Palmer, can you just remind us of the items that were pulled? Okay, so we have Elevate, and is that the correct?
2 and 9, that's correct.
Okay.
Well,
it's not.
8, 9 is not
okay,
9
2 and
anymore,
8.
but.
Okay. All right. And so just a brief reminder, if there are additional questions, be sure to have those answered before next week, because we want to move through the meeting next week quicker. All right. We'll move forward to item 12, and this was a change in our agenda. Where this was a discussion item, but now it's an action item, and this is a resolution for fiscal year 2019 for the Georgia Department of Education capital outlay application. Is there any additional information you can provide before we open the floor for a motion?
I cannot, because my level of understanding is not deep enough to be able to share that with someone else, but Mr. Gilbert can, and he is here.
This resolution is asking Georgia DOE to refund our money from this application back into our entitlement account so that we can reapply for it for the Cedar Shoals project that'll be coming up in probably a year or two. So we did the every year you have the opportunity to do a application to request funds from the state. So this year, I actually have to do one for fiscal year 2024, but then I have 3 years to spend it. The one from 2019 application expires in June of this year, so I won't be able to utilize those funds. In order to recapture those, we have to do a resolution to put it back in our account, ask DOE to put it back in our account. So it's kind of looking out, 2, 3, 4 years trying to plan, and we probably got a little overzealous back in 2017 when I did the 2019 application in case we had any expenses at Cedar Shoals we wanted to be reimbursed by the state. If you don't have an application in, you can't do it after the fact, and you can't get reimbursed. So this is just asking them to put the money back in our entitlement account so we can use it on a future application for when we do any work at Cedar.
And so we're doing this vote tonight to meet a deadline?
Yes, yes. I have to, I mean, DOE takes a little bit of time. I was notified July 1st. We didn't have a board meeting in July. I had COVID for 2 weeks, so that kind of knocked me out of the loop. And so this is getting done so that if I want to do a 2024 application, I have to have it done by August 15th. If you guys vote on it next Thursday, that doesn't give me a lot of time for DOE to process it, get it back in our account, and then us to be able to reapply for it, so.
All right, any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm looking at the renovation summary that you gave us, and it says the net amounts, right? And then total cost, so these are, I got a total cost for the architect is $4,331,385.
Right.
And then state eligible, we're asking them to hold the 728, or are we asking them to hold?
We're asking for the whole thing, so it'll be a million. We're actually gonna have more because we're eligible for more now, so once we put this back in, when I do an application, it'll have a lot longer list of items. So hopefully the reimbursement amount will be higher when we do a new application.
So then if I add these three, the state eligible, architect, and the total local cost, is that gonna be the total that you're gonna ask for?
It'll be whatever amount the state has on our original application, which I think it's $1 million, either $1.8 million or $1.4 million is what they say that we're eligible for. They set the percentages that they will reimburse you for the work being done. And it includes architect fees and things like that.
I don't remember seeing something, and I'm sure if you gave it to us before, I saw it before, but I don't remember seeing that. So I would be interested in the end to know exactly what that netted us, or what we actually got, just so that.
Yeah, it's
I don't have that question asked.
I think there was an attachment which actually had the approved application.
Right.
So if you click on that and open it, at the end of it, it tells you the amount. Scroll kind of to keep going down.
I must have missed that. Let me go back.
It's
Thank
like
you very much. I'll look.
It's like on page 30.
Uh-huh.
That's Hillsman. Keep going.
Okay, well, we're looking for that. Are there any additional questions?
Yeah, so this is a request for,
This is a request to DOE for them to put our money back in our account for Cedar that we can reapply for it when we do a future project.
so this first one with all of the other projects on it, what's that?
That's the one, we already did those, Hillsman, BHL Coil. We got money, reimbursement money from this application for those. So we're done with those. It's just Cedar Shoals we didn't get to. So I don't want to lose that money. I want to get it put back into our account.
Okay, so the Cedar one is included in the one with everything else?
Yes,
So why did we get everything else?
because we did those projects in the time frame. We didn't do Cedar. I would have to have Cedar done by June of this year.
So that's the urgency, is the Cedar one?
Yes,
So this original, the first document that you gave us is the approved one from the whole thing that gives us the whole 9 yards. And then that simple resolution is all that you're asking us to put
it's
tonight?
just for Cedar, yep.
Just for the Cedar?
Yeah, so you see us, I think it'd be $1,846,000 and change to get put back into our Cedar account.
Okay. That helps me, thank you so much.
Yes, that does, because I thought the first one was you requesting it back for all of these. I was like, one of these says 1996, then there's.
Just Cedar Shoals.
Okay.
Well, I didn't think you'd ever give me too much information, but you have done that, thank you. Mission accomplished.
Glad to oblige. Yes, ma'am.
It's not really our account. It's our state money that we are eligible to apply for.
Yes.
So they're not reimbursing us.
Well,
they're just moving the money back into a place where we can go apply for it.
Right,
again.
but if we don't ask them to move it back, we lose it.
It'll go away. Yeah,
Right.
no.
So this is to get it put back in our entitlement account that they hold for us.
All right, so the floor is open for a motion to take action on this resolution.
I so move.
Okay, we had a motion by Ms. Davis, second by Ms. Hull. Any follow-up comments before we take action? All right, all in favor of approving the resolution for the fiscal year 2019, capital outlay application. If you would, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so that motion carries. We are going to move forward, just as this was one of the items that's been here. Oh, it was unanimous. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Move forward to future business, and this is just one of those standing things that if you recall that we have on the agenda, and Ms. Palmer and Dr. Thomas just sort of keep record of the things, and if there are topics or things like that that come up, we try to place them either in a board meeting, or if it calls for an additional presentation, or it could be a retreat topic or something like that, or if it has policy implications, that is what this is for. So any items under here? There were two, but they were ones that I mentioned, a couple of meetings ago. So not special education, but yes, I guess special education, if there's consensus. If there's not, that's something I can simply, we can talk about during our one-on-one. The other two had, I think, policy implications. One was recess. Us going back and looking at that policy. I think it may have been like maybe 4 months when we started this, and I mentioned it at the end, and I think I saw heads shaking that there was consensus, but it was late, like it is tonight. So before we move forward with that, we want to do that. And then also, sort of under that whole umbrella of culture and climate, looking at our leave policies, and just sort of looking at whether those policies sort of shape the culture and climate that we want to have. I know I've had conversations, not with all teachers and staff, but really looking at, things like educational leave. When we did graduation this year, for instance, it was during the day. It might be we don't know when it'll be. Parent-teacher conference, oftentimes if people are working in the district, they have to rely on whether their leader will allow them to go and attend a program at school. And we've talked about this in our a couple of our meetings, but I mentioned it a few months ago and saw heads nod, but before we went forward with anything, I just wanted to circle back around to be sure there was even consensus with the board of wanting to take a look at some of those policies, and even looking at what other districts might be doing around educational leave, the amount of sick leave that we offer. We're still in a pandemic, and we at one point, I think we used to have a sick leave bank, and then it went away, and then so like things like that. But I didn't want that one-on-one conversation to be like just Lakeisha, and I wanted to be sure that there was some general consensus around being open to exploring like policy options for leave.
I definitely support that.
And this is not without Dr. Thomas's permission. I'm not going rogue. We've talked about this for a while, so this is not necessarily Lakeisha. It is, but it's not. At least I'm trying not to have it me like hijacking the policy process and say, hey, we need to do this. But in light of our climate and culture conversations, it has circulated, not just in my mind, but in conversations that I've had, maybe even more so over the past couple of years due to COVID and things like that, but so. Okay.
It's late, and I wasn't going to mention this, but maybe I should. I followed up on that email that Mumbi sent around a few weeks ago about the school zoning article, and I've been in conversation with the scientist who was at MIT, who was a feature in that story. with Dr. Thomas's permission, I've been communicating with him and working with Mr. Varlamont about the data. I just wanted to keep the board updated that I was having the conversation. I haven't made any promises or any timeline or anything like that. We're just exploring the space. And so I just wanted to update the board on that. And if we get something that's interesting or concrete, I'll certainly share it. And we can then talk about it, I guess. School zoning. He has a pretty cool little tool that uses GIS and algorithms to optimize attendance of school zones. And he can also add things like minimizing, bus routes or minimizing time on the bus or maximizing economic equity or economic diversity instead of just racial diversity. He can do whatever we want him to do. It's a funky little tool. So, and he's got all these high school kids working with him. So it's really it's just feeling really fun to talk to him. He's just moved to the university, Northeastern University in Boston from MIT, starting out as a brand new assistant professor. So he doesn't have time to do much, but he's a really interesting guy. It's been fun. So just wanted to let you know I've been having that conversation. Mr. Barlamont wants to work with him to get him the data that he needs with Dr. Thomas's permission, of course. Some of it has to be coded in a way that gets rid of privacy issues. But anyway, we're starting the conversation.
So for future business, I wrote down a couple of things for future business. So maybe more conversation around our ARPA spending, specifically on programs and services that we funded, and learning about or getting information or data about the impact so far, so that when we go into budgeting, like when we go into future budgets, we know what has worked in the past, because in Clark County, we have a long history of funding things to fill a need and then defunding them when we start to see improvement. So being proactive and making sure that we are not doing that as a district going forward. And then, I don't even know how to word this one. Us having more conversations about the budget and the budget creation process and our role in that, and making sure that we are unified and communicating what it is that we are expecting in terms of outcomes when the budget is created.
My things, one of them is still the same. I still would like to see that crosswalk when it comes to the instructional and student support. I hope I have consensus on that. I feel strongly about that because of my parents and, in the community. I'll leave it there. The other thing, I don't know if it's more of a question, but I want to know if we still have a homeless program, and I would like to know more about what that entails.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I looked on the
I think
website. I couldn't
instructional
find it.
Instructional and support. All right, thank you all for that. And so what happens is, as I mentioned, Ms. Palmer keeps the list. She and Dr. Thomas and Dr. Anderson and myself, and we just sort of go through it bit by bit to see, where it fits. Does it fit in an update? Would that be the quickest way? Like, what would that be the quickest way? And then maybe later a discussion, or maybe a board meeting, or retreat, or special call meeting, things like that. So it looks like Ms. Palmer has made note of those things. Okay. We are going to move forward to item 14, and this is our executive session. I'm going to open the floor for a motion to go into executive session to discuss or deliberate upon the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a public officer or employee or to interview applicants for the position of superintendent. The floor is open.
So moved. That we go into executive session to discuss those things you just read.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor of going into executive session for the stated reason, if you would raise your hands and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are going into executive session at 10:37.